في ملتقى الاستثمار أو الكويت للاستثمار. عنوان الجلسة الأولى: مرتكزات وآفاق السياسة الاقتصادية والتنموية. تهدف الجلسة إلى توضيح توجهات السياسات الاقتصادية والمالية والتنموية التي تهدف إلى تحفيز النمو عبر استقرار الإنفاق العام وتكثيف الاستثمار في البنى التحتية ومشاريع التنمية وتطوير صناعة النفط بكافة مراحلها وتعميق انعكاساتها على التنمية وتطور القطاعات الاقتصادية الأخرى، والتركيز في الوقت نفسه على تحسين بيئة الاستثمار والأعمال وتسهيل وتبسيط الإجراءات لزيادة تنافسية الاقتصاد وقدراته على استقطاب الاستثمارات الجديدة من القطاع الخاص الوطني والأجنبي. المحور الأول: الاستثمار في المشروعات التنموية للدولة. المتحدث معالي السيدة هند الصبيح، وزير الشؤون الاجتماعية والعمل، وزير الدولة لشؤون التخطيط والتنمية. فراح تتطرق إلى النقاط المتوقع أنها تتكلم فيها: أسس التخطيط التنموي في دولة الكويت، المواكب للتنويع الاقتصادي ودعم دور القطاع الخاص، المشاريع العملاقة في إطار خطة التنمية الثانية وقطاعات الأولوية، أهمية مشروعات البنية التحتية وتطوير شبكات النقل، ولا سيما مشاريع المترو وسكة الحديد في تعزيز النمو الاقتصادي والعلاقات البينية الإقليمية، وكذلك تسليط الضوء على مشروع تطوير الجزر الشرقية كبوابة اقتصادية وثقافية للكويت. فلتفضل.
صبحكم الله بالخير. ما أعرف ايش قدر الوقت عندي 10 دقائق
والله كلنا على بعضنا ساعة إلا ربع.
لا أوكي. مو أنا أول وحدة فأقدر أسحب الوقت كله يعني، كوني الخطة فأقدر أسحب على الكل يعني. يعني في البداية مسار التخطيط في دولة الكويت على الأقل في الآونة الأخيرة وضع على المسار الصحيح، بحيث أن يعني الحكومة قدمت كل الخطط، اعتمدت الخطة الخمسية ثم الخطة 15-16 و16-17 قبل موعد حتى إدراج الميزانيات، وهذا حتى يعطي فرصة لكل الجهات المعنية بتجهيز سواء شروط مرجعية أو وضع التكاليف في ميزانياتهم، أو إذا تكلمنا على جهاز المبادرات وضع الجدول الاقتصادية وما إلى ذلك. نحن نعكف الحين على خطة 17-18 ووضعت ركزت هذه الخطة الخمسية على شيء أساسي اللي هو الشراكة الحقيقية مع القطاع الخاص، بحيث رفع مشاركة القطاع الخاص خلال ال5 سنوات إلى أكثر من 40% في الخطة. لا أريد أن أسهب في طريقة الإعداد وما إلى ذلك، والتطور الحمد لله الملحوظ في استجابة جميع الجهات الحكومية، ونشكر بذلك اللجنة المالية في مجلس الأمة ومجلس الأمة على تجاوبه في كل ما هو متطلب، وهذا يؤكد على اهتمام الدولة الحكومة والبرلمان في موضوع التخطيط والسعي لتحقيق ما هو وضع في الخطة. الخطة أكدت على عدة أمور مثل ما قلت قبل شوي: رفع مساهمة القطاع الخاص إلى أن يصل 41.9% خلال 5 سنوات عن طريق إما تكوين شراكات طويلة الأجل برؤوس أموال. هذه رؤوس الأموال المشتركة تجاوزت 8 مليار دينار، بالذات في صناعة البتروكيماويات أو صناعات التحويلية أو منطقة الشمال كمنظومة اقتصادية متكاملة. كذلك أكدت على توفير حزمة متكاملة من الخدمات المساندة للمشروعات الصغيرة والمتوسطة حتى نستطيع أن نصل إلى أكبر عدد من المبادرين في خلال ال5 سنوات. فعلت وضرورة تفعيل دور التخصيص وتخصيص بعض الخدمات التي تقوم بها الحكومة للقطاع الخاص، وذلك لجذب كذلك مستثمرين لهذه الخدمات. تكلمت كذلك عن المنافذ والمواني والجمارك والتخليص الجمركي، كل هذه شركات مساهمة للمنافسة. تكلمت عن القطاع المالي في تخصيص البورصة الحالية، تكلمت عن فتح المجال للصناعات النفطية والبتروكيماوية. أنا بعجالة، وطبعا الخطة موجودة اللي يبي يطلع عليها موجودة على الويب سايت للأمانة. تكلمت على تخصيص شركات مملوكة من القطاع الخاص. كذلك أكدت على تشجيع الاستثمار المباشر الأجنبي بتفعيل دور الهيئة، ويمكن الأمانة قاعد تعمل مع الهيئة بصورة حثيثة. كذلك شجعت القطاع الخاص على الشراكة مع المستثمر الأجنبي. أما إذا إينا نتكلم عن الاستثمارات اللي موجودة أو المشاريع الكبيرة اللي موجودة في الخطة، هناك أكثر من 6 مشاريع شراكة عبارة عن شركات مساهمة بين الحكومة والقطاع الخاص والمواطنين عن طريق هيئة الشراكة، وبعضها طرح وبعضها تم التأهيل له وبعضها في دور الطرح. كذلك هناك مشروعات في وفق نظام الشراكة بين القطاع العام والخاص 7 مشاريع، وكذلك هناك مشاريع كبرى تنفذها عن طريق ميزانية الدولة 14 مشروع. كلها اشتملت على قطاع النقل، المواصلات، الكهرباء، التعليم، الصحة وما إلى ذلك. في الخطة اهتمينا في موضوع البنية التحتية وتطوير شبكات النقل، لأن حتى نصل إلى الرؤية الموضوعة في الخطة، وأن الكويت مركز تجاري إقليمي يرتكز على عدة أمور. لابد من زيادة الطاقة الإنتاجية بشكل عام في المواني، ويمكن مع زميلي وزير التجارة قاعد نقعد في مجلس الوزراء جلسات متواصلة لكيفية تطوير موضوع المواني، وكذلك هو أصلا محطوط ضمن خطة إصلاح لتخصيصه. طبعا التطوير قاعد نتكلم الحين عن عدد الرافعات، عن عدد إصلاح الأرصفة، هذا في المدى القصير. أما في المدى البعيد اللي هو يدار من قبل القطاع الخاص. نتكلم عن طبعا شبكة الطرق الرئيسية التي قد تقوم فيها وزارة الأشغال، ولله الحمد كلها حسب آخر تقرير متابعة ماشية حسب المخطط له، وهذا يؤكد اهتمام الحكومة بما تم التخطيط له، ويؤكد على متانة أو رغبة الحكومة فعلا في تطوير كل البنية التحتية حتى يستطيع المستثمر أن يضع فلوسه وهي في أمان، لأن في هناك جدية في التطبيق. طبعا ما بيدخل في المشاريع الكبرى من المترو، السكة الحديد، أكثر من محطة كهرباء، مشروع ميناء مبارك الكبير، مشروع توسعة المطار، هذه كلها موجودة ضمن الخطة، وإن كان بعضها عشان أكون صادقة وشفافة معاكم متأخر، لكن نسعى إن شاء الله لحل هذه المشاكل ووضع على سكة إن شاء الله الإنجاز. يمكن في مشروع كبير داخلين عليه وتم اعتماده من المجلس على التخطيط ومجلس الوزراء، اللي هو تطوير الجزر كبوابة اقتصادية وثقافية. هذا المشروع يعد له الآن قانون خاص فيه، سيعرض إن شاء الله على مجلس الأمة حتى نستطيع أن نفتح بوابة للشرق عن طريق الكويت ونطور هذه الجزر سواء ثقافيا أو سياحيا أو كذلك تكون سكنية أو منتجعات أو ما إلى ذلك. كل هذا موجود في التقرير الذي رفع واعتمد. احنا قاعدين نمشي في الإجراءات لإصدار القانون حتى يسهل تطبيق هذا الموضوع. طبعا هذا المشروع كله بالتعاون مع القطاع الخاص، يعني يصل إلى 90% هي استثمارات خاصة من القطاع الخاص في هذا الموضوع. طبعا هو متصل مع مشروع مبارك الكبير. مبارك الكبير اليوم يعني تقريبا خلص مشروعه وموجود لدى مجلس الأمة إن شاء الله يعني المناقشات الأخيرة في اللجنة ويتم إقراره. الميناء أصلا تم البنية التحتية مالته تمت وانتهت، يبقى الحين قاعدين نشتغل على من هو المشغل وما هي الاحتياجات التي يحتاجها. أنا يعني خليت بصورة سريعة لأهم المشاريع، عددها 29 مشروع استراتيجي في خطة الخمسية للدولة. لله الحمد مشاريع الشراكة اشتغلت أكثر من تقريبا 9 من واقع 13 تم طرحها، وهذا مؤشر جيد في أول سنة من سنوات الخطة. نتمنى أن يتم إن شاء الله إتمام طرح الكل. حاولنا نحل جميع العقبات التي تواجهها سواء من أراضي، تراخيص وما إلى ذلك. نحاول أن نسرع من بيئة الأعمال. جزء منها لدى ما أبي أنا أدخل على موضوع معالي وزير التجارة، ولكن أتكلم في القبعة الثانية مالتي اللي هي بيئة الأعمال اللي في هيئة القوى العاملة. اليوم إن شاء الله في نهاية 2016 إذا الله سهل لنا كل الأمور بإذن الله إن شاء الله هي مسهلة، سنصل إلى أن طلب العمالة وتجديد والتراخيص والتصاريح كلها تكون أونلاين من مقار الشركات. وهذا طبعا راح يقلل البيروقراطية، يقلل طبعا يعني الإجراءات العقيمة اللي موجودة داخل هيئة القوى العاملة. نسعى جاهدين في كل متطلبات القطاع الخاص أن نقوم بها حسب كل قطاع. كما تعلمون القطاعات الخاصة سواء كانت قطاع مقاولات أو مطاعم أو نفط أو ما إلى ذلك، قاعد نحط قرارات تناسب هذه القطاعات أو حتى مدارس وجامعات وما إلى ذلك. فإن شاء الله 2016 راح ترى طفرة في موضوع القوى العاملة وتسهيل تواجد العمالة، لأن أنا أعلم أن أي مشروع حتى يستطيع أن ينجز لابد من أن تكون هناك عمالة فنية متطورة تكون متواجدة في الوقت الذي يحتاجها. لا أريد أن أطيل، هذه نبذة سريعة عن الخطة. والحمد لله في إنجاز الخطة السابقة وصلنا إلى 83. نطمح أن هذه الخطة إن شاء الله ستتعدى هذا الحاجز. هذا كله إن شاء الله بالتعاون اللي حصل ما بين الحكومة ومجلس الأمة، وشكرا لكم.
شكرا لمعالي السيدة مهندس صبيح وزير الشؤون الاجتماعية والعمل وزير الدولة شؤون التخطيط والتنمية على كلمتها. والآن قبل نذهب إلى المحور الثاني عندي شوية معلومات بقولها. طبعا قانون المستثمر الأجنبي صدر 2001 ثم تم تعديله 2013 سمي تغير الاسم هيئة تشجيع الاستثمار المباشر مقصود منهم هم يعني. فتم تعديل تسمية القانون هيئة تشجيع الاستثمار المباشر في 2013. يعني المعلومات اللي بقولها أن حجم الاستثمار المباشر الآن تم الموافقة عليه حدود 400 مليون دينار من قطاعات مختلفة وكذلك جنسيات متعددة. هناك فرص عمل للكويتيين حتى الآن 209 وظيفة. وهناك أيضا عدة مشروعات تحت دراسة في قطاع الخدمات تقدر بحدود مليار و150 مليون. في أيضا عدة مجالات شركات متعددة الجنسيات وكذلك مستثمرين محليين. المحور الثاني مسارات تحسين بيئة الأعمال وتبسيط الإجراءات. المتحدث معالي الدكتور يوسف العلي وزير التجارة والصناعة في الكويت يفترض من النقاط التي تطرق لها الآن عن ورشة التشريعات الاقتصادية العصرية عبر وضع قوانين جديدة للشركات والتراخيص التجارية وحماية المنافسة وأسواق المال واستكمالها من خلال تعديل قانون الوكالات التجارية. 2. استعراض جوانب ومزايا قانون الاستثمار المباشر وكذلك تحسين بيئة الأعمال وتسهيل الإجراءات من خلال تفعيل مشروع النافذة الموحدة الوطنية للتراخيص التجارية وقانون السجل التجاري في الإجراءات.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ودي أبدأ من حيث انتهت زميلتي أم أحمد في الكلام في دور القطاع الخاص. اليوم كنا نتكلم عن تحقيق رؤية صاحب السمو بتحويل الكويت إلى مركز تجاري ومالي. بكل تأكيد هذا المركز التجاري والمالي لن يتحقق إلا من خلال العمل التجاري الذي يعتمد بشكل أساسي على القطاع الخاص. واضح أن خطة الدولة اليوم أصبحت ممنهجة باتجاه تكليف القطاع الخاص في إدارة جانب اقتصادي كبير من اقتصاد الكويت. لكي تتحول الكويت إلى مركز تجاري لابد من تحقيق بيئة أعمال مناسبة لتتحول إلى مركز تجاري ومركز مالي في المال. لتحقيق هذا المركز التجاري وتحقيق هذه البيئة المطلوبة بيئة تجارية بدأنا بمشروعات كثيرة أو ورشة مشاريع قوانين. أولها تحديث لتشريعات قائمة موجودة. ابتدينا بقانون الشركات لله الحمد، تم إصدار قانون 25 سنة 2012، تم تحديثه في القانون رقم 1 سنة 2016، واللائحة الجديدة إن شاء الله ستصدر بنهاية الشهر الحالي. اللائحة التنفيذية لقانون الشركات، وبالتالي أيضا اللائحة التنفيذية سيطلع عليها جانب من التعديل فيما يساعد على تيسير الإجراءات وتهيئ بيئة الأعمال. لأن عندنا بيئة الأعمال أو تحقيق بيئة أعمال مناسبة قاعد نركز على جانب التشريعي وجانب الإجرائي. فالجانب التشريعي نتكلم عنه هو تحديث مجموعة من التشريعات القائمة. ابتدينا بقانون الشركات، تم إقرار أيضا مؤخرا في يناير قانون الوكالات التجارية. المشروع القادم إن شاء الله سيكون قانون السجل التجاري، ثم بعد ذلك قانون التأمين. هذه كلها تشريعات سيتم تحديثها لأنها أصلا تشريعات يعني كانت منذ بداية الكويت تشريعات صدرت في الستينات ولا تزال تعمل، بعضها تم تعديلها خلال سنوات عمل خلال الثمانينات التسعينات، لكن الآن نعمل على تحديث هذه التشريعات بشكل عام. وهناك بعض التشريعات التي صدرت حديثة في قبل 10 سنوات أو 15 سنة سيتم تحديثها أيضا بما يساعد على تحقيق هذه الرؤية. بمعنى أن عندنا قانون هيئة الاستثمار المباشر واحد القوانين تم تحديثها في 2013. في عندنا قانون الشراكة بين القطاع الخاص والعام، إنشاء هيئة الشراكة بين القطاعين الخاص والعام أيضا تم تحديثها. واضح جدا أن هذا التحديث أحدث نقلة نوعية في أداء هذه الأجهزة. ولو تتبعت اليوم أداء هيئة الاستثمار المباشر خلال السنة الأخيرة ستجدون هذا الفرق واضح. لو تتبعتوا أداء هيئة الشراكة بين القطاعين العام والخاص خلال السنة الأخيرة ستجدون فرق واضح. يمكن طرحت جانب من المشروعات التي سيطرحها الجهاز خلال السنة الحالية من وقت إنشائه إلى 2013، وقت ما تم تحديث هذا القانون راح تجدون مستوى الأداء كان يكاد يكون صفر أو بقى في حدود مشروع واحد. وخلال السنة الأخيرة تم تجهيز 6 مشاريع الآن في إطار طرح إن شاء الله. عندنا قانون الخصخصة أو تخصيص خلينا نقول صدر في 2007 تقريبا. احنا الان بصدد ايضا تعديله بما يخدم تحقيق ذات الرؤيه. المشروع قادم ان شاء الله خلال الشهرين القادمين لمجلس الامه. فهذه مجموعه من التشريعات القائمه بدانا العمل على تحديثها بحيث تحقق هذه الرؤيه. احنا قاعدين نعمل على ان تتكامل البنيه التشريعيه عندنا بشكل كامل للعمل الاقتصادي. تذكرون النقله النوعيه التي احدثها قانون انشاء هيئه اسواق المال، ثم ما تلا ذلك نقول من تشريعات اخرى سابقه او لاحقه في متزامنه بذات الفتره لاستكمال هذه البنيه التشريعيه بما فيها انشاء جهاز حمايه المنافسه، لان هذه كلها تمثل بنيه تشريعيه متكامله. عندنا ايضا مشاريع قوانين جايه في الطريق، منها ما اصطلح على تسميته بقوانين الإسار. احنا الان في المرحله الاخيره ان شاء الله من اعداد هذه التشريعات ورفع ايضا لمجلس الامه، وهناك تشريعات اقتصاديه اخرى كلها تصب في تفعيل دور القطاع الخاص في الاقتصاد الكويتي وفي تهيئه بيئه الاعمال بشكل اساسي لانطلاق العمل كمركز تجاري ومالي. هذا في جانب منه هو عبارة عن تهيئة لبيئة الأعمال أو استكمال لتهيئة بيئة الأعمال حتى تكون فاعلة وحتى تكون إيجابية خلال الفترة المقبلة، ولتحقيق خطة الدولة في إشراك القطاع الخاص بشكل مباشر كقطاع رائد في الاقتصاد، ويكون له رقم واضح ينافس البترول في دخل الدولة. في الجانب الآخر التي تعني في وزارة التجارة بشكل مباشر هي تسهيل إجراءات التجارة، بمعنى أن احنا اليوم لما نعدل اللائحة التنفيذية أو نعد لائحة تنفيذية للقانون رقم 1 سنة 2016 وقانون الشركات، قاعد نراعي بشكل أساسي تسهيل الإجراءات في تأسيس الشركات وفي تعديلها أو تقديم ميزانات. كل الأمور متعلقة بأعمال الشركات اليوم محل مراجعة. بدأنا ورشة كاملة في مراجعة كل الإجراءات المتعلقة بعمل الشركات في وزارة التجارة. الهدف من هذه المراجعة هي تسهيل الإجراءات. علشان ننطلق أكثر في تسهيل الإجراءات، اتجهنا اليوم إلى تحويل أعمال وزارة التجارة فيما يخدم القطاع الخاص إلى العمل من خلال الإنترنت أو أونلاين. ولا أخفي سرا إذا قلت أن احنا بدأنا من 1 مارس تأسيس شركات الأشخاص أونلاين. عندنا على موقع الوزارة لو دخلتوا راح تجدون من ضمن الخدمات الإلكترونية اللي تقدمها الوزارة اليوم هي مسألة تأسيس شركات الأشخاص. صحيح أن اليوم ما أعلن عنها بشكل رسمي بشكل كامل، لأن حبينا نتأكد أن البرامج كلها متناسقة ويعني ممكن تنفيذها بدون أي مشاكل، لأن لو أعلن عنها ممكن يصير الضغط عالي والرصد راح يكون صعب شويه. لكن في الاسبوع اللي مضى والاسبوع الحالي احنا يعني بصدد دراسه كل المعاملات اللي تمت في تاسيس شركات الاشخاص من خلال الموقع، ثم بعد ذلك الاعلان عن اطلاق هذا المشروع بشكل كامل. يترتب على نجاح هذه التجربه تاسيس شركات الاشخاص ان نبدا مباشره بتاسيس باقي اشكال شركات الاموال ان شاء الله خلال الشهر الحالي او على الكثير الشهر القادم راح تكون تاسيس الشركات كلها اونلاين. سلفا كان عندنا احنا موضوع التراخيص التجاريه اونلاين موجود قائم، يبقى ان احنا الان بصدد تطويره بحيث يكون متصل بعمل تاسيس الشركات، لان احنا قاعد نفرق في تاسيس الشركه اليوم عن الترخيص التجاري. ترخيص شركه الاموال شركات الاشخاص اليوم لا تحتاج من أي شخص يؤسس شركة من شركات الأشخاص إلا زيارة واحدة لتوقيع عقد الشركة فقط. في السابق كانت تبدأ الأمور من الحضور الوزارة والحصول على موعد لتقديم الطلب وانتهاء بجملة طويلة من الإجراءات تنتهي بتوقيع عقد. اليوم وفق نظام أونلاين لن يحضر المستفيد أو المستهلك للوزارة إلا مرة واحدة فقط لتوقيع العقد. وما زلنا نبحث كيف نستطيع مع وزارة العدل نخلي ما يجي وزارة مرة، بمعنى إذا وصلنا إلى حل لمشكلة أو لموضوع التوقيع الإلكتروني على مستوى الأشخاص ممكن نستغني حتى عن حضوره إلى وزارة التجارة أو وزارة العدل لتوقيع عقد الشركة. هذا كله يصب في اتجاه تخفيف إجراءات، تسهيل الإجراءات وتطوير الجانب الإجرائي في بيئة الأعمال حتى تكون بيئة جاذبة. في ذات السياق كان من ضمن الأشياء التي نص عليها قانون الشركات فكرة النافذة الواحدة، وأردنا أن نقدم تجربة جديدة مختلفة نوعا ما، ولذلك المسألة أخذت منا بعض الوقت. تقريبا الإخوان في الأجهزة الثلاث المشاركين في هذه النافذة صار لهم تقريبا 6 أشهر الآن، هم على المراحل النهائية إن شاء الله. إن الله سهل في ماي القادم راح نطلق النافذة الواحدة التطبيقية، لأنها راح تشمل 3 أجهزة. نص القوانين على فكرة النافذة الواحدة، تكلم عن وزارة التجارة، تكلم عن هيئة الاستثمار المباشر، وتكلم عن الصندوق الوطني للمشاريع الصغيرة والمتوسطة. 3 أجهزة ستكون لها نافذة واحدة تخدمها في تأسيس وتجديد هذه التراخيص أو الخدمات اللي تقدمها عموما، وفق منظور جديد وبرؤية عملية جدا وبصورة مختلفة تماما عن الإجراءات الروتينية التقليدية التي تعتاد عليها الأجهزة الحكومية. هذه تجربة تقدم لأول مرة في الجهاز الحكومي، أن تشتغل 3 أجهزة مختلفة، 3 أجهزة مستقلة عن بعض، كلها راح تشترك إن شاء الله في جهاز واحد فقط من باب تسهيل الإجراءات. هذه النافذة الواحدة المفروض ستكون بالتعاون مع بقية أجهزة الدولة المعنية بالتراخيص التجارية، سيكون لهم تمثيل في هذه النافذة، بحيث أن الشخص ممكن من خلال زيارة موقع واحد يعني يقوم بكل الأعمال التي يحتاجها فيما يتعلق في التراخيص التجارية أو تجديدها أو الخدمات الأخرى المرتبطة بعمل هذه الأجهزة الثلاث. هذا كله في محاولة لتطوير أو لتحسين بيئة الأعمال، لكننا لن نتوقف عند هذا الحد، وإنما سنسعى أيضا إلى آفاق أخرى إن شاء الله نفصح عنها في لقاءات قادمة إن شاء الله. لكن في الوقت الحالي خلونا نوقف عند شهر 5 القادم إن شاء الله نطلق النافذة الواحدة. من الآن حتى شهر 5 عندنا إن شاء الله مشروع أونلاين راح تسمعون عنه وتشوفون إن شاء الله كتطبيق مطروح على صفحة الوزارة وعلى صفحة البوابة الإلكترونية للحكومة، وفي القريب إن شاء الله يكون أبليكيشن على أجهزة التليفون. شاكر لكم حسن استماعكم وشكرا.
شكرا لمعالي الدكتور يوسف العلي وزير التجارة والصناعة الكويت على كلمته. بس أحب أقول شغلة واحدة أمانة، أن قانون الخصخصة منذ 2007 من تم إصداره حتى الآن لم يتم تخصيص أي مؤسسة. الآن أعتقد حان الوقت بهذه الظروف يجب أن يكون هناك عندكم قائمة طويلة أيضا للخصخصة حتى نرفع عن كاهل ميزانية الدولة وممكن غيرها. أتمنى ذلك. والآن مع المحور الثالث آفاق الصناعة النفطية والتنمية الاقتصادية، المتحدث سعادة السيد نزار العدساني الرئيس التنفيذي لمؤسسة البترول الكويتية، والنقاط المتوقع تطرق إليها أيضا المشاريع النفطية الحالية والمستقبلية على مستوى الإنتاج والتكرير على ضوء استراتيجية المؤسسة حتى 2020 وتحديات انخفاض أسعار النفط، وكذلك مشروع الوقود البيئي والمواصفات الجديدة والطاقة المتجددة، وكذلك الاستثمار في الأسواق العالمية في المشاريع النفطية والبتروكيماوية. فليتفضل.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الأخ رئيس، معالي الوزراء، ضيوف الكرام، يسعدني أن أشارك في هذا المنتدى المتميز والذي نفتخر فيه بأن يعقد برعاية حضرة صاحب السمو أمير البلاد الشيخ صباح جابر أحمد صباح حفظه الله ورعاه، ويناقش قضايا الاستثمار كونها أحد مرتكزات الاستراتيجية للتنوع الاقتصادي، وذلك انطلاقا من استهداف تحقيق رؤية صاحب السمو في تحويل دولة الكويت إلى مركز مالي وتجاري، خصوصا في ظل واقع حادية الاقتصاد الكويتي وسط أجواء ضعف أسعار النفط حاليا. والمعلوم أن دولة الكويت قد حققت خلال السنوات الأخيرة تقدما ملحوظا في مجال إيجاد بيئة استثمارية جاذبة على مستوى التنظيم والتشريع والفرص المتاحة. وسأركز في مداخلتي على محور آفاق الصناعة النفطية والتنمية الاقتصادية. يعتبر القطاع النفطي رافد الحيوي الذي تعتمد عليه دولة الكويت في إيراداتها بما يفوق 90%، ويعمل القطاع النفطي وفق استراتيجية 2030 في تطوير مبادرات تدعم الاقتصاد الكويتي وتوفر الفرص لاستثمار القطاع الخاص. وفي إطار رسالة القطاع النفطي في دعم وتطوير الاقتصاد المحلي أن نكون مثالا نموذجي في دعم المجتمع الكويتي، نستهدف تحقيق الأجواء التالية: 1. حل فرص مباشرة عمل للكويتيين، تطوير الكوادر الكويتية، الاعتماد على القطاع الخاص في تقديم أعمال المقاولات والخدمات المساندة وتبادل الممارسات المثلى، تنفيذ برنامج المسؤولية الاجتماعية، إشراك القطاع الخاص في بعض أنشطة المؤسسة، تشجيع القطاع الخاص على استقلال مخرجات عمليات المؤسسة في إقامة صناعات لاحقة وتحويلية. ويتم حاليا خطة إشراك القطاع الخاص وعرضها على مجلس الإدارة ووضع خارطة الطريق. ولعل هذه الأنشطة إشراك المبادرين الكويتيين في عدد من محطات تسويق الوقود التابعة لشركة البترول الوطنية، ويمثل 43 محطة كما أعلن عنها معالي وزير النفط بالوكالة. ومشاركة القطاع الخاص في الوكالة البحرية التابعة لشركة نقلات النفط ومصنع تعبئة اسطوانات الغاز، بالإضافة إلى دراسة جدوى المشاركة في النقل البحري ومشاركة البتروكيماويات في مستقبل في مشروع الألفينات والعطريات الثالث والثاني، والمشاركة بأجزاء من مشروع تطوير خدمات ميناء الأحمدي، وإشراك القطاع المصرفي في تمويل كثير من مشاريع المؤسسة داخل وخارج الكويت. ويأتي تعزيز مشاركة القطاع الخاص في أنشطة استثمارات المؤسسة بصورة تخدم الأهداف التالية: 1. تمكين المؤسسة في البترول من التركيز على أنشطتها الرئيسية، المساهمة في تنمية القطاع الخاص وتوسيع دوره التنموي في القطاع النفطي، توسيع مشاركة القطاع الخاص في الصناعة النفطية، تطوير الأنشطة التي يتم تخصيصها، تعزيز كفاءة المؤسسة وقدرتها على العمل على وفق أسس تجارية. في مجال الاستكشاف والإنتاج داخل دولة الكويت، فإننا قد نجحنا في رفع مستوى إنتاجنا إلى 3 ملايين من شركة نفط الكويت فقط، ونعتزم الوصول إلى 3,150,000 في نهاية العام الجاري، ونعمل لبلوغ 4 ملايين برميل نفط يوميا في 2020. من أجل تحقيق ذلك نحتاج إلى زيادة إبراج منصات الحفر من 100 حاليا إلى 140 في بداية 2017، ثم زيادة العدد بما يحقق حفر 2000 بير إلى عام 2020. بناء 4 مراكز تجميع و2 مراكز تعزيز الغاز، تطوير إنتاج النفط الثقيل، تطوير إنتاج الغاز الطبيعي، التعاقد مع الشركات العالمية حيث تم طرح مناقصة اتفاقية الخدمات التقنية لتطوير إنتاج النفط الثقيل والنفط التقليدية الأخرى في شمال الكويت، وذلك في 13 ديسمبر 2015. وسيتم الإعلان عن الشركات التي تفوز بالاتفاق خلال شهر مارس 2016. وعلى صعيد طاقة التكثير والبتروكيماويات داخل وخارج الكويت، البدء في تنفيذ مصفاة الزور بطاقة 615,000 برميل يوميا، والذي تضمن تزويد محطات الكهرباء بكميات زيت الوقود ذات المحتوى الكبريتي المنخفض. تقدر تكاليف المصفاة حروة 5 مليار دينار كويتي. بدء العمل بتنفيذ مشروع الوقود البيئي، والذي تقدر تكاليفه 4.7 مليار دينار، ويهدف إلى تأمين إنتاج منتجات كويتية نظيفة تتماشى مع أنماط الطلب العالمي في الأسواق، وتستهدف المحافظة على أسواقنا وتأمين أسواق جديدة بحلول نهاية 2018. تم الانتهاء من تقديم دراسة تفصيلية حول الجدوى الاقتصادية للمشروع الألفينات الثالث والعرضيات الثاني وتحقيق التكامل مع مصفاة الزور بقصد التوسع في نشاط البتروكيماويات داخل دولة الكويت، وسيطرح عام 2017. وتم تخصيص ما قيمته 20% من هذا المشروع لمشاركة القطاع الخاص. تشغيل مصفاة تكرير النفط الخام بالتكامل مع مصنع البتروكيماويات في جمهورية فيتنام في مطلع 2017. يتم حاليا تقييم عدة فرص استثمارية تشمل البتروكيماويات في آسيا ومنها كوريا، وهذا ما تم الإعلان عنها قبل شهر، وكذلك في الهند وشمال أمريكا. تحقيق أقصى قدر من التكامل بين عمليات التكرير والبتروكيماويات محلياً. تم طرح مشروع بناء مرافق استقبال إيراد الغاز والتي تقدر تكاليفها بحوالي مليار دينار، وسيتم توقيع على هذا العقد الشهر المقبل. مشروع مصنع الغاز الخامس والذي تقدر تكاليفها بنصف مليار دينار، وتم التوقيع عليه في آخر 2015. المرحلة الثانية من تطوير الغاز والنفط الخفيف الجراسي، وتقدر تكاليفه بحوالي نصف مليار دينار، والمؤمل أن يبدأ طرحه خلال سنة 16-17. الخروج من صناعة الأسمدة في دولة الكويت، وتم التخارج من مصفاة روتردام في هولندا. التوسع في نشاط البتروكيماويات مع مشاركة الشريك عالمي في دخول في صناعات المنتجات اللاحقة والتخصصية. تم تخصيص 34.5 مليار دينار كويتي للمشاريع التنموية للخطة السنوية الخمسية سواء داخل أو خارج الكويت خلال سنوات 16 إلى 21، منها 65% في قطاع الاستكشاف والإنتاج، و34% لتطوير التكرير والبتروكيماويات. ونحن مواظبون في تنفيذ هذه المشاريع للتكامل بين عمليات التكرير والبتروكيماويات، وتماشيا مع توجيهات حضرة صاحب السمو الشيخ صباح الأحمد الجابر الصباح، وانطلاقا من تحمل مسؤولياتنا في الإسهام في خفض انبعاثات الكربون، تماشيا مع التزامات دولة الكويت في إطار مؤتمر باريس في ديسمبر 2015. نستثمر وننسق مع الأطراف المعنية في دولة الكويت ودوليا وفق استراتيجية واضحة من أجل ضمان أن تسهم مصادر الطاقة المتجددة في إنتاج 15% من مجموع خليط الطاقة للإيفاء باحتياجات الطلب على الكهرباء في الكويت. وفي الختام حببت التأكيد أننا نستهدف الشراكة مع القطاع الخاص على أسس تجارية بحتة لبناء الوطن وتعزيز اقتصاد وطني متنوع ومنتج، لكن التحديات التي أمامنا تحديات كبيرة ومعقدة، خصوصا في ظل أجواء واقع ضعف أسعار النفط وتأثيرات ذلك على الموازنة، ومتطلبات ذلك من تبني سياسات تقشفية قد يكون ظاهرها المعاناة على المدى القريب، ولكن لا تؤثر أبدا على مشاريعنا الاستراتيجية والتنموية، كما أنها تخدم مصلحة الدولة مع المحافظة على تمتع دولنا في الخليج العربي بأن تستمر في كونها من أقل المناطق في العالم فيما يتعلق بتكاليف الإنتاج، وهذه ميزة يجب المحافظة عليها، أن نكون low cost producer. كما لا بد من الإشادة بدور الكوادر الوطنية في القطاع النفطي، والتي نعول عليها بشكل رئيسي في ترجمة الاستراتيجيات والخطط المستقبلية إلى واقع ملموس يضمن مكان رائد للقطاع النفطي الكويتي ما بين مختلف الشركات العالمية، ويعمل وفق ثقافة التفكير المؤسسي وروح الفريق الواحد المتجانس، والذي يكرس جهده من أجل تحقيق عوائد أفضل لدولة الكويت وفق معايير رفع الكفاءة، استخدام الطاقة، سياسة الترشيد، خفض التكاليف من دون المساس بكفاءة الأنشطة، استخدام التكنولوجيا المتقدمة، نقل الخبرات في إطار زيادة ربحية عمل القطاع، والتركيز على أنشطة القطاع الرئيسية مع إعطاء أولوية تقديم الصحة والأمن والسلامة في كل الأنشطة. شاكر لكم حسن الاستماع.
شكرا للسيد زارع العساني الرئيس التنفيذي لمؤسسة البترول الكويتية. بس هناك تساؤلات من بعض الأخوة الموجودين ومن الخارج أيضا، يا ريت يعني تجاوب عليها، وهي ما هي مساهمات المؤسسة في شراكة القطاع الخاص؟ رقم واحد. رقم اثنين، آلية تعامل المؤسسة مع متطلبات البيئة بعد مؤتمر باريس ديسمبر 2015.
شكل لك الرئيس بداية شراكة القطاع الخاص في عدة مبادرات كما أشرت، بداية في محطات وقود البنزين أعلن عنها معالي الوزير 42 محطة راح تتم عبر الSMEs المشاريع الصغيرة والبنك الصناعي، وراح يتم تطبيقها في هذا العام، نسعى للإسراع فيها. كذلك الوكالة البحرية راح يتم الاشتراك فيها، راح يعلن عن نشاط البتروكيماويات بالتكامل مع مصفاة الزور مشروع الأوليفينات الثاني، عفوا العريات الثاني والأوليفينات الثالث، وهذا راح يتم عندنا إن شاء الله في مطلع 2017. راح يتم تخصيص بعض الأنشطة غير الرئيسية من مؤسسة الرئيس للقطاع الخاص. بالنسبة لموضوع البيئة كما أشرت أنها مع توجيهات حضرة صاحب السمو أن يكون 15% من الطاقة اللي نستعملها في القطاع النفطي تكون طاقة متجددة في حلول 2020. وقاعد نتعاون مع وزارة الكهرباء وبلدية الكويت والهيئة العامة للصناعة لإيجاد أرض، والحمد لله تم إعطانا أرض ما يسمى الحين في شقاية باور بارك اللي راح نحط فيه مصنع للوحات الطاقة الشمسية وننتج جزء كبير منها. كذلك نستعمل اليوم الطاقة الشمسية في الرفع الصناعي في شمال الكويت للتخفيف من استعمال الغاز ونذرة وجود الغاز في شمال الكويت. وهناك هم بعد مشاريع كثيرة اللي يسمى بالكاربون كابتشرنج راح يتم الإعلان عنها إن شاء الله من قبل الإخوان في شركة البترول الوطني.
شكرا نزار. هناك عندنا تقريبا ربع ساعة، إذا في أحد من الأخوة الأفاضل الموجودين الحضور عنده أي سؤال لأي أحد المحاضرين. وزير المالية تفضل. وزير المالية صالح.
شكرا اخ الرئيس. اخ الرئيس، يعني انا لازم اغتنم فرصه حضرتك موجود وعلى المنصه، مو دائما احنا على المنصه والاخوه النواب يحطونا على المنصه يسالونا، فانا لازم اغتنم الفرصه وارجع لما تفضلت في حضرتك بإشارة الى ان قانون التخصيص صار فتره طويله ولم يفعل. يمكن من الواجب نتساءل ليش ما فعل؟ وانا اعتقد هذا قانون الشراكه اللي مثل ما تفضلت كذلك حضرتك صار فتره طويله في مشروع واحد، والان بعد التعديل اللي تم من قبل لجنتكم الموقره اولا والمجلس صوت عليه بالموافقه، طرحت الان تحت طرح مشاريع عديده، 3 منهم 2016 محطات قرة الصيف متوسط لاستثمارهم 3 مليار. أنا أعتقد نفس المشكلة، وهذا اللي قاعد نعاني الآن في قانون التخصيص، بأن القانون معيب. قانون صدر منع خصصت قطاعات التعليم، منع خصصت قطاعات خدمية نفطية، منع خصصت قطاعات طبية، وإحنا نتكلم ونتشدق بأن القطاع الخاص الكويتي إذا ما يكون في الأمام بقاطرة التنمية لن يكون هناك تنمية حقيقية بالمعنى المطلوب. أعتقد قطعنا شوط كبير، لكن الآن نحتاج، وحضرتك على رأس لجنة المالية، نحتاج دعم بفعلا تحديث قانون التخصيص بما يحقق المصلحة العامة وفعلا يعني يحاكي قوانين التخصيص المماثلة عالميا. لذلك أنا أختم هذه الفرصة بأن وبهذا المؤتمر أن أشير إلى هذا الأمر، وأتمنى من حضرتك الدعم في هذا التشريع تحديدا. وأشكر زملائي معالي الأخت وزيرة التخطيط الحقيقة الجهد الكبير اللي يقوم به معالي الأخ وزير التجارة والجهد، شهادتي فيهم مجروحة طبعا، ورئيس القطاع النفطي اللي الأمانة يعني أنا أسجل شكري للدور اللي قاعد يقومونه في تحقيق الأهداف والاستراتيجيات المحطوطة. شكرا.
شكرا معالي وزير المالية صالح. بس ما يخص التخصيص أي تعديلات فيها مصلحة الكويت أكيد احنا لن يعني نتأخر في تعديلها، ولكن يظل هناك من صدر من بعد ما صدر قانون 2007 حتى الآن. صحيح هناك بعض القطاعات يعني قانون التخصيص يعني منع تخصيصها، ولكن لديكم إمكانية بتخصيص قطاعات كثيرة سمح فيها القانون، ولكن لم يعني تبادرون في تخصيصها. يعني من 2007 لم تخصصوا البريد، اتصالات، امور كثيرة كان على الأقل خففتوا أيضا على ميزانية الدولة ومصاريف كثيرة. السؤال الحسين الخرافي تفضل. الأسئلة لا توجهها لي الإخوان.
شكرا سعادة الرئيس. أنا بس طالما أن الحكومة أدت بدولها فأنا أعتقد لازم بعد أدلي بدلوي في هذا المجال كقطاع خاص علشان يصير في توازن. طالما أن اليوم أنا قاعد أتكلم عن الشراكة بين القطاع الخاص والقطاع الحكومي. أولا يعني لا شك أن أنا أشيد بالروح اللي موجودة أشوفها وألاحظها بالكويت الآن، اللي أشوف فيها أن في تحرك لا شك إيجابي بكافة المجالات، ولا شك كذلك بوجود وجهان اليوم. طبعا لا شك أن أشيد بالجهود اللي يقوم فيها مؤسسة البترول الكويتية، وعندهم استراتيجية من سنة 2003 محاولة تحقيق الشراكة بين القطاع الخاص والعام. لا شك أن في تحركات من وزراء كثر بإنجاز الصراحة مشهود ومبين، ولكن أنا اللي ألاحظه ويعني يسمحوا لي الإخوان الوزراء أن قاعد أشوف النشاط اللي موجود وكأنه يعني إذا قارن بعزف منفرد. يا ريت أشوف في نوع من السيمفونية بحيث أن يصير في تناغم بين كل الجهاز الوزاري، مجلس الوزراء الموقر، في أشياء كثيرة ممكن تنطلق، وكان ممكن نوفر بدال السنة نخليها بشهر. ولكن للأسف الشديد أن نشوف بعض الأجهزة ما تمشي بنفس السرعة والإيجابية مع الأجهزة الأخرى. ما أريد أن أنتقي، ولكن أنا أتكلم بشكل عام. لا شك أنه ممكن نعمل الكثير والكثير إذا في إيجابية في أشياء محددة. يعني ناخذ كمثال، ناخذ خدمة الشباك الواحد مثلا اللي احنا يعني نصبوا لها، صار لها سنوات وسنوات في الهيئة العامة للصناعة، لربما ابتدت من 2002 إلى اليوم قاعد نتكلم عن 12 سنة. يعني أنا ما أريد أحبط الناس الإخوان اللي جايين من برا عشان يستثمرون، ولكن الجهات اللي ما تتعاون يجب أن يؤخذ فيها قرار. احنا قاعد نشوف ان في قانون اعتقد موجود في مجلس الامه او موجود حاليا ما انتهت منه اللي هو قانون القياديين. طيب يا ريت احنا نشوفه يفعل علشان يعني يصير فعلا شيء. احنا نشوف ان في شيء امامنا نسمع بهذا الشيء ودنا نشوف، ولكن ما يجوز ان نقارن حتى الان القيادي الناجح والفاعل مع قيادي لا يعمل. فيعني اسمحوا لي على هذا الانتقاد، ولكن نرجو ان يعني يجد صدى. شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا ابو احمد. انا اعتقد انتقادك بمحله. سبق لنا يمكن اجتمعنا اكثر من اجتماع مع معالي وزير التخطيط بالصبيح، وكان وقتها ايضا يعني الله يذكره بالخير العزيز ابراهيم، وصار في جلسات مع قياديين كل جهات الدولة، وكان هناك تحذيرات لهم بأن أي شخص لا يستطيع القيام بدوره بالذات في المشاريع التنموية على أن يترك مكانه، وإذا لم يترك يعني راح يغيرونه. وهذا الأمر يعني أنا سمعتهم أمامي حقيقة، ولكن عندي معالي الوزير الصبيح وكذلك معالي وزير يوسف العلي راح يرد عليك.
أنا بس بتكلم على مرسوم القياديين صدر، وكان أحد مواده أن هناك تقييم القيادي سنويا من قبل الأمانة العامة للتخطيط بما تم في مشاريع الخطة. احنا قاعد نقدم تقارير شهرية لكل معالي الوزراء ولسمو الرئيس بما يتم من تقدم على المشاريع، وإذا شفنا أي خلل في أي مشروع مع جهات أخرى قاعدين نجتمع معهم. اجتمعنا مع المناقصات، اجتمعنا مع ديوان المحاسبة، اجتمعنا مع المجلس البلدي، مشكورين من كل هذه الجهات. عملنا نظام آلي داشبورد لكل وزير أن يطلع عن طريق الآيفون ماله على تطور المشاريع عنده، حتى يفهم مدى إمكانية هذيل القياديين لما حطوا المشاريع، لأن كما تفضل السيد فيصل الشايع عندما حطوا المشاريع طلبنا منهم يعطونا البرنامج الزمني ووقعوا عليه مدير المشروع والمسؤول عليه ووكيل الوزارة. فإذا هم مو قادرين يتابعون أو مو قادرين يحلون أي معوقات، ما في طريق، ما في إعاقات، ما في مشروع، ما في إعاقات. ولكن إذا أنا تابعت واستطعت أن يعني أحلل هذه الإعاقات أو على الأقل أرفعها لرئيسي المباشر، نعم أتفق معك أن هناك بعض القياديين ولا أستطيع أن أخفي ذلك. أنا كمسؤولة في الحكومة هناك بعض القياديين يعتبرون معوق إلى التنمية، لكن هناك سمو الرئيس طلب مني من آخر جلسة رفع الأسماء بمناصبهم، وإن شاء الله سأرفعهم في 1 أبريل. علي أنا شخصياً لا مو كذبة أرفعهم 30، بس عشان أكون عندي مصداقية لازم تنتهي الخطة. 2 شخصياً يعني أقلنا أكثر من مسؤول وإحنا على تقاعد، وأنا يعني خبرت المسؤولين عندي أن سيتم حالتهم إلى التقاعد إذا كان هناك أو تقصير في مشاريع الخطة. الحكومة إن شاء الله جادة، ويعني ستشهد الأيام القادمة إن شاء الله إحالة بعض القياديين. شكرا.
شكرا أم أحمد. أنا أعتقد يمكن أم أحمد راح تأكد أن كذبة أبريل بالكويت ماكو كذب إن شاء الله 1 أبريل بإذن الله. تفضل أبو حمد.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. أنا بس ودي أوضح نقطتين أبو أحمد الأخوة الحاضرين. ابتداء احنا نتكلم عن النهج التي تقوم في الحكومة في الوقت الحالي. احنا نتكلم في حدود مسؤولياتنا الحالية، بمعنى ان انت لما تقول لي والله صار لكم 12 سنة ما سويت نافذة الوحدة، انا لا اتحمل ال 12 سنة اللي فاتت، احنا عندي ترى رقمات، لكن على سبيل المثال نافذة الوحدة الاخوان في الهيئة الصناعية قالوا انجزنا النافذة الوحدة. يبقى ان السؤال هل بالفعل ما نقول اليوم ينطبق على ما تقوم فيه الحكومة في هذه الفترة ولا لا؟ احنا مسؤولين عن هذه المرحلة وقاعدين نقول لكم ان احنا بدأنا في الانجاز ولله الحمد، وانجزنا خلينا نقول التشريعات، بدأنا بطرح المشاريع وقاعدين يعني خلينا نقول نفذنا بعضها وبعضها راح ننفذ هذا العام. ما نقوله من ان هناك توجه لإشراك القطاع الخاص في الدورة الاقتصادية في أن يلعب دوره كما يجب، هذه المسألة منتهية بالنسبة لنا، الكل متوافق عليه، سواء في القطاع الحكومي كحكومة ولا في القطاع الخاص ولا لا. يبقى أن هل نحن نعزف عزف منفرد كل وزير قاعد يعزف في الحالة ولا عزف جماعي؟ لا، أنا أعتقد أن احنا وصلنا لعزف جماعي. الأوركسترا إن شاء الله قريبا تفتحونها راح يعني خلينا نقول احنا اليوم في اطار نقاش مع مجلس الامه في الرؤيه الاقتصاديه لاصلاح الاختلالات الاقتصاديه وتطوير الاقتصاد الكويتي على 6 محاور عرضناها على مجلس الامه في توافق كبير مع اللجنه الماليه عليها. هذا تمثل توجه الحكومه الاقتصادي وتوجه واضح وسيتحول الى خطه عمل وانجاز. اللي نتكلم عنه احنا الان هو جانب من هذا الانجاز. لا، الحكومه اليوم تعزف عزف جماعي في توافق على اهداف يجب تحقيقها على المدى القصير وعلى المدى المتوسط وعلى المدى الطويل ان شاء الله، وراح تشوفون الانجاز وافضل دليل على ما نقول. شكرا.
شكرا لك معالي الوزير يوسف علي. يعني انا امانه دائما اقول خلال الفتره السابقه القليله لاول مره اشعر ان الحكومه يعني عندها جديه مره في الاصلاحات الماليه. امانه اشعر نوعا ما، يعني مو 100% نوعا ما، ولكن لاول مره اشعر يعني خلال تجربتي السابقه ان الحكومه جاده في اصلاحات ماليه، تخفيض الهدر في المصروفات الحكوميه، وكذلك يعني نيتها بترشيد استهلاك للمواطنين والمواطنين، وهذا امر جيد. اتمنى ان شاء الله ان نستمر في هذا النهج. تفضل
دكتور مصطفى هاني، كان عندنا احنا قطاع ثالث اعتقد ناجح، القطاع المشترك. شنو صار في القطاع المشترك؟ وهذا في خطة الحكومة، وأيضا إذا في قطاع مشترك أنادي أن يكون قطاع أيضا مع المشروعات الصغيرة إعطائهم فرصة.
يعني إذا كنت تتكلم عن القطاع المشترك اللي هو شراكة ما بين القطاع الخاص والمواطنين والحكومة، فهو موجود في تقريبا 13 مشروع في الخطة. إذا كنت تتكلم عن المجتمع المدني كذلك موجود خطة 17-18 فيها ما يقارب أكثر من 6 إلى 7 مشاريع مجتمع مدني هو تقدم فيها كمشاريع. إذا كنت تتكلم عن المشاريع الصغيرة فهي أحد السياسات الرئيسية في الخطة، واليوم تفعيل الصندوق ووضع كل الإمكانيات يعني مع معالي وزير التجارة موجودة، وقاعد نحل كل الإشكاليات التي قد تعترض هذا الطريق. ويمكن تو سيد نزار قال لك إن 42 محطة راح تعرض حق المشاريع الصغيرة حق الأساميز. فهذا إذا أنا ما أعرف أنت أي واحد هذا، بس أنا جاوبتك على 3 كلهم.
شكرا لك. طبعا عندنا يعني 10 دقائق أو أقل في الأخ موجود، وهناك أيضا في واحد وتكون أنت آخر سعيد إن شاء الله.
شكرا معالي الرئيس. دكتور صلاح شرهان، نائب رئيس جامعة الخليج للعلوم والتكنولوجيا. نشكر الهيئة الفرصة العظيمة صراحة تواجد الوزراء والغرفة المتحدثين. النقطة اللي حبيت أثيرها بالخصوص معالي الوزير أحمد، أهمية التعليم في دعم الخطة التنموية، التعليم القائم على الإبداع والقائم على الحداثة، كذلك تطوير الهيومن كابيتالز والموارد البشرية في الدولة. يعني اليوم احنا يمكن نتكلم عن خطة يعني تنمية، ونعلم ان وزارة التربية عندها مشاريع تنمية، ولكن كيف تقيمون او ما هي نظرتكم لمشاريع التطوير التعليمية؟ لأن أي تنمية لا تقوم على تعليم حديث فهي بالأخير تبدأ تكون يعني مركزة على البنية التحتية ومشاريع البنيوية أكثر من الإنسان البشري. مثلا في تجارب حية كبيرة، الأخ مهندس نزار مثلا عندهم مبادرة ضخمة جدا كيديد للتعليم بالتعاون مع الشركة الوطنية للتكنولوجيا مشاريع التكنولوجيا، وكذلك جامعة لندن لإدارة الأعمال BS لندن بزنس سكول. فكيف تقيمون مشاريع التطوير بالنسبة للتعليم؟
يعني أول شيء يعني إحنا أحد مرتكزات الخطة إسكان تعليم صحة، هذه مرتكزات أساسية يعني. يعني موضوع التعليم ماخذ أغلب السياسات والأهداف. في الخطة القادمة اللي هي 17-18 ركزنا على أن شلون نقدر نرفع مؤشر التعليم دوليا حتى نستطيع أن نقيس التطور في التعليم بمقياس دولي محايد. هذا واحد. 2 في التخصيص متجهين مثل ما قال لك معالي وزير المالية في التعديل على القانون حتى نعطي مجال أكبر إلى القطاع الخاص. 3 مركز الاقتصاد المعرفي الذي انطلق قبل شهر، قايمين على يعني إنشاء أحد أهدافه اللي هو كيفية توجيه الطلبة والطالبات إلى المعرفة التي تنعكس على الاقتصاد. كل هذه الأمور موجودة. هناك كذلك مشاريع وضعتها الهيئة يعني الأمانة العامة للتخطيط للإخوان في التعليم، سواء تعليم تطبيقي جامعة الكويت أو وزارة التربية، للنهوض في هذا طرحناها. احنا كأمانة طرحناها من واقع كل الدراسات التي تمت، فهو محور أساسي بالنسبة لنا، محور قاعدين نراقبه، ومحور راح يبين يعني النهوض به من قبل المؤشرات الدولية.
شكرا لسيد الهند الصبيح.
شركات صغيرة ومتوسطة وهكذا. هل يعني سؤالي الدكتور يوسف والأستاذ نزار، هل تدعمون تأسيس شركات مساهمة تكون يعني نواة في أن نضيف للناتج المحلي الإجمالي بشكل أكبر ونبتعد عن القطاع النفطي إلى حد ما؟ شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا. بس أنا أحب أنوه أن يعني قانون الشراكة بين القطاع العام والخاص يعني من أحد بنوده الشراكة شراكة المواطنين بنسبة 50% لأي مشروع يزيد عن 60 مليون دينار. هاي للعلم يعني. تفضل معالي وزير التجارة.
بس عشان تكون الصورة واضحة، أنا ضربت في النافذة الواحدة كشكل من أشكال تسهيل الإجراءات في المرحلة القادمة إن شاء الله بين 3 أجهزة. كون الصندوق الوطني للمشاريع الصغيرة والمتوسطة. هذه النافذة مو معناتها أن النافذة للمشاريع الصغيرة فقط.
وزيرة الشؤون والتخطيط والتنمية، في هناك
التي تقدمها للشركات بما فيها الشركات المساهمة العامة ممكن تستفيد من النافذة الواحدة. وبذات النافذة احنا قاعدين نساعد الصندوق في تأسيس الشركات الخاصة أو المشاريع التي تخضع للصندوق، في ذات الوقت المشاريع أو الشركات التي تأتي من خلال هيئة الاستثمار المباشر التي قد تكون بشراكة كويتية أو تكون 100% أجنبية. هذه فقط في جانب من العمل. احنا ضربنا مثال آخر على الأونلاين، قلنا إن احنا بدأنا الآن بتأسيس شركات الأشخاص، لأن في الإجراء هي أسهل وأبسط من شركات المساهمة. لكن وعدكم أن خلال الشهرين القادمين إن شاء الله سيكون أيضا الأونلاين بالنسبة حق الشركات المساهمة إجراءاتها ستكون أونلاين. لا إحنا مهتمين بالشركات بشكل أساسي بشكل عام، ليس فقط على الشركات الصغيرة أو شركات الأشخاص، لا إحنا ندفع أيضا بتسهيل إجراءات على الشركات المساهمة. بنفس الوقت عندنا قانون التخصيص ينص أساسا على قيام شركات فيها حصة تصل إلى 40% للجمهور، وفي حصة للشريك الاستراتيجي، وفي حصة حق الجانب الحكومي. لما نأتي عند قطاع أو هيئة الشراكة بين القطاعين العام والخاص راح نجد أن الشركات أيضا هي عملها كله يرتكز على شركات. هذه الشركات ستؤسس لإدارة هذه المشاريع بحصص تصل 50% للجمهور وحصة 26 للشريك الاستراتيجي أو لصاحب المشروع و24% للأجهزة الحكومية. وبالتالي هي كلها شركات مساهمة في الأصل، سواء في التخصيص ولا في الشراكة. وهذه كأعمال ستقوم بدور اقتصادي واضح خلال السنوات القادمة. هي عبارة عن شركات مساهمة عامة، وليست شركات صغيرة وليست شركات أشخاص. الأصل عندنا أن نقدم الخدمة لكل الشركات، من الشركات الصغيرة جدا شركة الشخص الواحد إلى الشركات المساهمة العامة. شكرا.
تفضل أخ نزار العكساني.
بالنسبة للقطاع النفطي، القطاع النفطي كان سباق، فهناك شركات الأولى الوقود، السور، بوبيان، كذلك القرين كلها شكلها القطاع الخاص للإشراك في خصخصة بعض الأنشطة. واحنا جايين مثل ما قلت على مشاريع البتروكيماويات. القطاع الخاص راح يحظى ب 800 مليون دينار ما قيمته القطاع الخاص. هذه ما تحملها أفراد، تحملها شركات مساهمة. وكذلك في أنشطة اللي تكلمت عنها كان الوكالة البحرية أو النقل البحري أو مصنع تعبئة اسطوانات الغاز، هذه راح تكون عن طريق شركات مساهمة.
شكرا. في سؤال أخير، ترى تجاوزنا الوقت يعني. تفضل.
شكرا اخوي فيصل. هذا من وقت وزير الماليه، مو من حقه انه يسال، بس هو اخذ وقتنا فانا اخذ الحين.
صح، كلامك صحيح.
مشكور. بعدين انا اخاف اسال ام احمد والوزير لان اخاف معاملاتي توقف، فالسؤال موجه لك انت وحق ابو محمد. انت ذكرت موضوع الخصخصه. زين، اذا اليوم ام احمد عندها مشكله في خصخصه جمعيه، فالمشكله هي ثقافه في مجلس الامه، يعتبرون تخصيص الجمعيه هو مال عام، ولكن كل واحد كل يوم والثاني تودي اداره الجمعيه للنيابه نتيجه سرقات وسوء اداره. هذا السؤال موجه لك أنت، فشلون أنت تقدر تثقف الأخوان في مجلس الأمة أنهم يتقبلون خصخصة بعض القطاعات اللي هي مو من ضمن اهتمامات الدولة؟ رقم واحد. رقم اثنين، سؤالي حق أبو محمد. أبو محمد، أنت عندك تجربة رائدة في قطاع النفطي اللي هو مصنع الملح والكلورين. على مدى 15 سنة الدولة كانت تديره وكان يخسر. أول ما حطيته أنت وللقطاع الخاص خلال 6 أشهر بدأ يحقق أرباح. هذا أحد الأمثلة اللي موجودة. بس والسؤال الثالث اللي لك أيضا أبو محمد، أرجو أن محطات البنزين ما يصير فيهم اللي صار في بسطات سوق السمك أو تراخيص المراكب أو الحاضنات اللي سووهم معهد العلوم التطبيقية. بالأخير الكويتي ياخذها ويبيعها على الأجنبي. أرجو أن هذا ما يصير. مشكورين.
شكرا. أم أحمد جاوبين.
يعني احنا ماضين اللي خذيناه القرار عادة ما نتراجع فيه، وخلينا نشوف هذه التجربة وبإذن الله إن شاء الله. بس أنت وجهته لأعضاء مجلس الأمة، أنا أكد لك أن أعضاء يعني أغلبية أعضاء مجلس الأمة مع القرار اللي احنا متخذينه، لا يوجد، لكن هناك كل واحد ورأيه ونحترم الآراء. يعني لا يمكن أكو قرار يرضى عليه الجميع. أنا هاي عندي في قرارات نفسي. احنا درسنا من الناحية القانونية، طرحنا، خلينا نشوف إن شاء الله هذه التجربة، وبالتالي كل نجاح لكل تجربة هو الذي يؤدي إلى تجارب أخرى. هذه قاعدتي في أي عمل أنا أعمله، فإن شاء الله احنا ماضين في هذا العمل. إما من ناحية التخصيص، احنا في المجلس الأعلى، احنا ترى يعني وزير المالية أعضاء في المجلس على التخصيص، لا احنا ماضين عاد بقوة ننتظر بس الأخوة يعني لوائحهم تخلص وكذي، ومو معطينهم وقت وايد. إن شاء الله في هذه السنة في 2016 سيطرح أكثر من مشروع للتخصيص إن شاء الله.
دكتور يوسف، ما عندك طبعا من جانب أعضاء مجلس الأمة، يعني الأعضاء 50 عضو، كل واحد له رؤيته، كل واحد له قناعاته. يعني بالنهاية في من يرى أن خصخصة الجمعيات التعاونية أمر ضروري، بالذات بالنسبة للجمعيات الخسرانة. دسمة صار لها يمكن 7 سنوات خسرانة، وهذا أمر يعني يظل باختيار الجمعية العمومية. وفي من يرى أن الجمعيات التعاونية هذا مجال تعاوني لمساهمين المنطقة، وبالتالي ما يجب أنها تعطى لجهات أخرى تديرها. فبالنهاية كلها قناعات، وما تقدر أنت تقنع أي واحد أو تبي 50 شخص يتفقون على رأي واحد، وهذا أمر مستحيل. في نهاية الجلسة الأولى أقول شكرا للمتحدثين، شكرا للحضور والمشاركين، ونلتقي معكم على خير إن شاء الله في مستقبل بيئي استثماري أفضل بإذن الله. السلام عليكم.
يعطيكم العافية، إن شاء الله يسلمك، حياكم الله. نشكر المتحدثين في الجلسة الأولى. حاليا راح ناخذ بريك استراحة، ونرجع بعد نص ساعة إن شاء الله على الساعة 12:15 مع الجلسة الثانية.
This is the new Kuwait.
The culture is changing. The financial center is not just buildings, it's the mindset. We are well prepared to create the best business environment for international companies, and the opportunities are huge.
It's an exciting place to work and a vibrant place to live.
The freedom of speech and press in Kuwait, one of the highest in the region, a very dynamic society, open to different cultures.
It's the culture of trading, culture of openness, culture of global mentality that develops this level of tolerance.
So I think the key ingredients are in place to enable a significant growth in investment here in Kuwait. The potential is enormous.
People see Kuwait as like a desert, but we have like the best beaches, the best food, restaurant, cafes, extreme sport.
We have really great new generation, well educated, they have the passion.
You have young people who no longer think in brick and mortar. They're starting to think, well, what if I can be the next Facebook? What if I can be the next Instagram?
The amount of mega projects that are now taking place in Kuwait at a pace that has never before been seen. We know full well that we cannot get to where we want to be without investment and the help of all our friends and partners. And this is an open invitation. Come to Kuwait.
A strategic location, a stable government, and an open market economy are just a few examples of what Kuwait can offer.
In the past few years, the government and parliament have been introducing a very favorable and positive measures in order to enhance the business environment in Kuwait to reach the optimal goal by reducing dependence on oil and creating other forms of income.
Kuwait Constitution is the oldest working constitution in the region. We have real democracy, and in order to develop any country, you need political stability.
Quite a number of very important laws have been approved by the government, which allowed now to any foreign company to invest in Kuwait on their own without having any Kuwaiti partner with them.
The CMA law is changing, the commercial law is changing, banks are ready, institutions are ready, and you can feel that everybody is in line. I mean, there is kind of alignment between the private sector and the public sector.
A law allowing 100% foreign ownership is in effect for sole person companies, limited liability firms, and shareholding entities. This gives Kuwait a leading edge in the GCC.
I see a lot of changes in the legislation for the benefit of the economy. This will give a push for the Kuwaiti companies and for the foreign companies to come and invest and put their money, because if they found the right economic environment, the right opportunities, it will be very attractive for any investor, whether local or foreigner.
A lot of our development projects are done in partnership with foreign firms. Foreign companies must understand what are the needs for Kuwaiti projects.
Several local entities have been created in order to provide the right support for this brand new investment climate. The Kuwait Direct Investment Promotion Authority is a one-stop shop for foreign business licenses and a source of reliable guidance for foreign investors. Kadiba can help investors get started in 30 days or less. Multinational companies operating in Kuwait have access through Kadiba to available incentives, exemptions, and guarantees.
What we are looking for is to attract innovation, technologies, help us create job opportunities. Kuwaitis and bring an added value investment to the Kuwaiti economy.
Khadiba can provide them with all the facilities and all the information they need about the new project that's available.
As part of Khadiba's network, the Kuwait Authority for Partnership Projects is also here to help. It ensures that the new law strengthens and enables PPPs while broadening the benefits they bring to both public and private entities.
A lot of the projects we are offering is very large scale and need very specialized know-how, and that can only be done by large international investors.
The government and the private sector are reacting in a positive way to these improvements.
The Sabah power station is an example of a project that could not have happened without international investors. Investment worth $1.8 billion has been spent on the first phase.
So when fully operational, the project will produce about 1,500 megawatts of electricity and 107 million imperial gallons of water per day. That's about 10% of Kuwait's electricity demand and 20% of Kuwait's water demand. Phase 1 was run under a competitive tender process. Phases 2, 3, 4 and 5 will follow a similar process. We expect to see other international investors and lenders be attracted to Kuwait.
Perhaps the most high profile is the Sheikh Ahmad Causeway project, on track for completion in 2018. Jamal Abdul Nasser Street is undergoing major improvements worth $800 million. The $7 billion metro system planned for Kuwait is also back on track. Construction on the new terminal at Kuwait International Airport is set to increase passenger capacity from 5 to 10 million passengers a year.
The Civil Aviation Master Plan includes major projects which will expand and develop Kuwait International Airport's infrastructure and facilities.
The $16 billion Bak al-Kabir port will handle over 3.6 million TEUs per year, becoming a multimodal transshipment link to the GCC railway. The Sheikh Ahmad Culture Center is the flagship project for a new cultural district. It includes state-of-the-art theatres, concert halls and exhibition space. These are just a few of the 30 projects planned in 9 strategic sectors.
We've realized the more exposure Kuwaitis get, the hungrier they become. And this is why there's a lot of investments in healthcare, in infrastructure, in education.
Kuwait is ready to form partnerships worth $36 billion in total. For foreign investors, the new legislation makes this a very attractive offer.
Especially right now, the opportunities are a lot. We see that the next few years we would like to invest in Kuwait. I mean, why do we go out of Kuwait if we see the investments are and the opportunities are available?
Multinational companies are already accepting the invitation. The first company to set up 100% foreign-owned operations in Kuwait, IBM. Its central office serves as a customer service hub, emphasizing research, systems integration and facilities management.
Kuwait is very advanced when it comes to the information technology. We believe in Kuwait and we believe in the market. There is big potential, and that's why we decided to pursue the relationship with Khadiba. Having our own is 100%. We are not here just for a year or two. We are here to stay.
Kuwait's massive development plans welcome ICT companies to diversify the economic landscape. Huawei is already committed to the non-oil sector, now that it's easier than ever to get started.
Kuwait is probably the highest mobile penetration in all GCC countries. It's already more than 200% in terms of mobile subscribers. In the past 8 years, it has been growing so fast.
Huawei intends to benefit local development by adding technology, creativity and innovation.
One of the key issues we're trying to set up a local training center, and we target every year to train at least 300 engineers or customers. We'd like to keep doing so, not only for 1 year or 2 years, but keep it as a long-term program.
Huawei's annual Seeds for the Future program selects and sends 10 to 15 Kuwaiti students to China for 2 weeks of training and cultural exchange. Local operators stand to benefit from Huawei's projects. Many have entered strategic agreements for equipment and services in coming years, including 4.5G technology.
We would like to be one of the key examples, a success story for a foreign company, but also a local company in Kuwait. We would like to encourage all the other companies to do so.
Kuwaiti partners are welcome to cooperate as infrastructure development speeds up. By providing jobs, training and investment opportunities for Kuwaitis, Huawei has taken a step toward achieving the government's large goals.
If we get companies like GE or IBM or any other tech giant that comes to Kuwait to actually mix into the Kuwaiti community, we can make a benefit.
نحب نكرر مرة ثانية شكرا لحضوركم ملتقى الكويت للاستثمار. هي مسألة دقائق إن شاء الله وراح نبتدي معاكم الجلسة الثانية، فيا ريت لو كل واحد ياخذ مقعده عشان نبلش بعد دقائق إن شاء الله. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to thank you again for attending this investment forum. It's just a matter of a few minutes and we should be starting our second session. So if you'd please take your seats, it's just a few minutes and we should be starting again our second session. Thank you. نرد نحييكم مرة ثانية في ملتقى الكويت للاستثمار ومساكم الله بالخير مرة ثانية. الحين راح نبتدي بالجلسة الثانية واللي هي بعنوان لماذا الاستثمار في الكويت الآن؟ راح يكون رئيس الجلسة السيد مناف الهاجري الرئيس التنفيذي لشركة المركز المالي الكويتي. المتحدثون راح يكونون الدكتور يوسف الإبراهيم مستشار اقتصادي بدرجة وزير في الديوان الأميري، السيدة هنادي أنور الصالح رئيس مجلس الإدارة في شركة أجيلتي، الشيخ زين الصباح وكيل الوزارة في وزارة الدولة لشؤون الشباب، والسيد عبد العزيز الياقوت من مكتب ميسان والشركاء.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. نرحب فيكم في الندوة الثانية بعنوان لماذا الاستثمار في الكويت. ملاحظة تنظيمية قصيرة بس. اثنين من مشاركينا يرتاحون أكثر بالحديث باللغة الإنجليزية، فبعد إذنكم راح تكون البانل باللغة الإنجليزية وفي ترجمة فورية مثل ما فهم. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Kadiba, I'm happy to welcome you in the second panel titled Why Invest in Kuwait. I would like to welcome our panelists today. They definitely have a long experience and impressive CVs behind them, but I'll go with the short versions. I have to the left of me Dr. Yusuf Ibrahim, Economic Advisor to His Highness the Emir in the Emir Diwan. I have to my right Sheikh Zain Sabah, the Under Secretary in the Ministry for Youth Affairs. I have also Mr. Abdul Aziz Al-Yagout to the extreme left, who is a founding partner in Maysan and company law firm. And I have to the extreme right Ms. Hanadi Saleh, the chair of board of Agility. This panel is 50% public sector and 50% private sector, so I suspect it will be very interesting. I'm sure our panelists will bring interesting inputs to the discussion. And this panel is also in an interesting positioning in that it comes following the ministerial panel where we heard many interesting views and counter views, if I may say, and some plans, some opinions of the audience, and we'd like to pick some interesting threads from what we heard in the morning and take that forward. One of the things that I would like to address and found interesting in today's panel, today's early panel, is that whilst we appreciate and encourage actually open discussion and frank views, even if they can be negative, I think there was, towards the latter part of the first discussion, some mix-up between two types of institutions. There is Kadiba, which has the job of promoting foreign direct investment in Kuwait, and there was a lot of talk about different forms of funding and partnerships, especially that have to do with public-private partnership. I would like to emphasize that Kadiba, whilst as the keynote, one of the keynote speakers addressed today, despite its short track record, managed to achieve a number of remarkable achievements. It is in the public domain that they have signed with General Electric, with Huawei, with IBM, and a number of other foreign entities, despite the short period of its foundation. I'm not sure if the analogy with a public-private partnership applies in everything with Kadiba. Yes, there are some delays in PPP in Kuwait, but I don't think they are directly relevant to the interest of this session. So before I open the floor to our panelists, I would like also to mention that to a large extent, Kuwait is a country that has been defined since it was created by economic factors. When it started as a sea-centered country, all the way to today's climate defined by oil prices and the preoccupation with sustainability. Kuwait also is a country that that is an integrated part of the GCC by virtue of its legal and institutional framework. It is highly transparent, the robust credit worthiness of Kuwait, the limited downside risk of its fiscal credit rating, and the transparency and the consensual approach of decision-making are all big pluses for investing in Kuwait. We don't want to get too patriotic. Definitely there are risks, definitely there are frustrations, and what we will seek to do today is to address some of them in an objective manner. The pillars of this panel are the rule of law, the global positioning and connectiveness of Kuwait, SMEs, and innovation. So with this, I would like to open the floor with Dr. Yusuf Ibrahim, and who's going to give us some insight about the macro picture of Kuwait, how things have evolved to today's climate, and how this can be useful for those who are interested in investing in Kuwait. أعتقد في مايك هنا.
السلام عليكم. The organizer asked me to speak in English, and I'd like to stand up because I am a university professor and I missed standing up and give a lecture. So bear with me, maybe a very long lecture about the macroeconomic conditions in Kuwait. But let me start first by going back to history. A salient feature of Kuwait's economic history is the openness of its economy to the rest of the world, and the high dependency of the Kuwaiti labor force on international trade and commerce. Kuwaiti merchants and seafarers were highly respected and recognized in India, East Africa, Iran, Aden, and the Gulf states. One can safely say that Kuwaitis, they have still in their DNA to be merchants and the free private sector. With the rise of the oil era in the mid-40s of last century, Kuwait continued with the rich history to build more bridges globally and became an international economic player despite its small size. In the mid-50s of last century, Kuwait established the first sovereign wealth fund in the world in London. Moreover, they started what we call it now PPP, projects in the petroleum downstream industries, where the government and the national private sector with foreign investment built several companies in the industrial sector. This also extended to establishing financial institutions. Kuwait's immediate action after its independence in the early 60s was to join major international economic organizations, such as the World Bank, the IMF, the GATT in 1963, ILO, and others. Kuwait also is a founding member of WTO in 1995, OPEC, IFAD, and other international and regional organizations. Kuwait is also hosting a number of international and regional organizations, such as the Arab Fund, AWAPEC, which is the Arab OPEC, the IMF Regional Training Center, the Arab Investment and Export Credit Guarantee Corporation. Unfortunately, with the steady increase in the oil revenues in the early 70s, the public sector started to dominate economic activities and crowding out the private sector. This led to a spike in the number of nationals working in the public sector with a sizable wage bill. Moreover, this trend resulted in creating a large pool of laws and regulations that began to slow down the approval and execution of projects and development plans. Overall, this created an unfriendly environment to national and foreign investment.
Reflecting these conditions, many international surveys, indices, and reports showed Kuwait lagging behind many neighboring countries, such as doing business reports from the World Bank and others. Despite the unfriendly investment environment, Kuwait is enjoying many important assets, such as the abundant oil reserve, the powerful financial reserves, unique geographic location, the transparent institutions, and a local talent, especially from the youth, and a strong purchasing power among Kuwaitis. These national assets are recognized by all major rating agencies over so many years. Now, I cannot finish my talk without mentioning the impact of the current development in the oil market on the Kuwaiti economy. But I'd like to quote the IMF report 2015, which really summarized the current condition of the Kuwaiti economy. With the lower oil prices revenue over the medium term, Kuwait is facing a major challenging policy environment as it needs to adjust spending while continuous to diversify the economy to create jobs for nationals, especially the growing young nationals population. Large financial buffers and space to borrow provides cushion to smooth the adjustment which the authorities have been able to initiate by implementing diesel subsidies, and others are coming very soon in the economy. The budget of 2015-16 showed the cut in the current expenditure while continuous growth in the capital expenditure on infrastructure and in other projects in the petroleum sector. The new 5-year development plan provides direction for prioritizing capital expenditure, encouraging private investment, and creating jobs for nationals in the private sector. I ended the quote from the IMF report. In a positive note, Kuwait is still faring financially better than so many other oil countries, with the lowest production cost and the lowest break-even oil prices in the 6 GCC countries. On the other hand, the positive relationship between the government and the National Assembly in the last 3 years has led to a record approval of laws and regulations that help create a friendlier environment, such as Katiba, the commercial law, the Partnership Technical Bureau, which is the PPP, and the CMA, the Capital Market Authority, and are these some examples. We have a big challenge on the front of us, but there are great opportunities also, and the mood is set now to move forward onto a better future, to diversify our economy, and to be less dependent on oil. Thank you for listening, and will be more than happy to answer any questions or to hear any comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Yusuf Ibrahim. Sheikh Sabah, could you please shed some light on the initiatives on the youth in your ministry and the initiatives that have to do with the young strata of the demographics? Thank you. You have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أتشرف وجودي معكم اليوم. I'm assuming we're speaking in English, so I will join the ranks. The Ministry of State for Youth Affairs is a relatively young entity. We've been in business now for about 2 years and 6 months in operations. The Ministry aims to provide SOS to the youth community at large. I should stress that the youth community here in Kuwait is 74% of the overall population below the age of 34. So really we, by all accounts, should be called the Ministry of Kuwait rather than the Ministry of State for Youth Affairs, because we do represent the majority. Now, our mandate is very limited. Since our inception, we've been working very much on, as I mentioned, providing services, opportunities, and support to youth in a number of different categories and sectors. What we do essentially is we try to provide a platform for youth when it comes to enabling them and empowering them to move forward in their professional careers, to move forward in their social even stratospheres, to move forward when it comes to being able to identify what they like to do best. We very much work with youth when it comes to volunteerism. We're very active. We've developed over the last 2 years a number of different initiatives that are very much nonprofits, all in the efforts to create a sector that can hopefully compete with the private sector and compete with the public sector. We're looking to create a third sector, and we're very optimistic that we're well on our way to doing that. Over the last 2 years, we've been able to support about 350 youth initiatives. The categories, they're very diverse. They differ from arts and culture to science and technology to environment to health and leisure, etc. We've also had the privilege of being able to recruit young men and women into this new government entity, very much far away from government restrictions, because we've been given kind of the space to be able to do that. Today I speak very proudly as a member of the youth ministry, probably the oldest one there in the office. There are, the average age in the ministry is about 25 to 26 years old. So when I speak about youth, I speak within the ranks of the youth. Everything that needs to be done when it comes to youth in Kuwait today, whether it be topics that have, the issues dealing with health, education, housing, and if I want to do a youth focus group, all I have to do is stand in the hallway and shout, "We have a focus group," and everybody comes in, because these are my prime audience, these are my customer base. So it's been quite interesting to see how injecting and embedding young men and women into a new startup inside the government, the Kuwaiti government, we've been able to slowly but surely penetrate the front lines of policy and come out with not just initiatives that we support, but legislative models that we hope to back in the coming years to come. Our major priority right now at the ministry, as we move forward, in parallel to creating a third sector, is to create a national youth policy. We cannot move, we cannot leapfrog ahead. This is a new entity, correct? And there's new blood that works within this organization. However, we are dealing with old government structures, so we need to be realistic. We need a national youth policy that we're currently drafting. We're looking at doing a national youth survey as a phase one to getting to that policy. Within this survey, we're going to be looking at budgets that have been spent on youth within the last 5 years in Kuwait. We're also looking at legislation, models that perhaps block any sort of development moving forward when we talk about SME development. We're also looking at services provided to youth and lack thereof. And we're also looking at public opinion of youth in general. We all think we know what the youth wants because we happen to be youth ourselves perhaps in the ministry, but we don't have the real numbers to prove it. Once we do get these numbers, we're going to be drafting, as I mentioned, a national youth policy that is going to be based on multi-sectoral and holistic interventions. To deal with youth today, we have to be clear that it's not just the job of the Ministry of Youth, it's the job of every single entity here in Kuwait, whether it be private, civil, or public sector. So everybody needs to work interchangeably. In addition, we're looking at the holistic interventions. When we look at youth, we must look at a model called positive youth development. We look at youth as a human being, almost like a structuring of a human being. So it has, a young man or woman has developmental needs, they have psychological needs, they have biological needs, they have emotional needs, they have professional needs, etc. So this policy will look at this intervention approach across a life cycle kind of timeline. So we're looking at 0 to 34, which is the maximum age abuse as we define it in Kuwait, and I apologize for everybody that has crossed that line. It's not my decision to make. It was made before I came to the ministry. But we're looking at perhaps breaking up this timeline from 0 to 5, who are stakeholders, from 5 to 10 and onwards, stakeholders from all sectors, private, public, and civil. So we have a long way to go, but I think I can say in all honesty that in the hands of the young men and women that I have the pleasure of working with every day, we've really come a long way. The 350 initiatives, we've actually now integrated our programs into 49 public schools in Kuwait and 2 public schools in Dubai. We have supported upwards of 50,000 young men and women in an initiative we called Wathiq, or Confidence. In addition, we've opened in partnership with the Ministry of Education and the Co-op Society about 41 soccer fields in Kuwait that cater to about they've catered last year to 1.2 million men, young men, that no longer have to pay big amounts to rent out soccer fields. We've also, and these are all investments, I should add. We look at them really very much as investments, with the ROI being really just the return on development of the Kuwaiti community. In addition, we have forged partnerships with a number of different institutions around the world, the Red Cross, the Red Crescent, GEM, and so many others. If you need to know more about the ministry, please visit us on our website, youth.gov.kw. Again, it is a startup. We are learning as we move forward, but it's very exciting. I think every day we're seeing new development as far as projects and initiatives that are being supported.
Thank you, Sheikh Hussein. I know that in one of the following panels today or tomorrow, there is going to be a talk about SMEs and incubators, but it seems to me that what you do in your institution is way earlier in the value chain, in that you try to build a human, you try to build a productive citizen, which is commendable, through an institutional approach. I would like to move to Mr. Abdulaziz Al-Yaqut now, who's going to talk to us about the rule of law and institutional excellence in Kuwait. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I'm speaking about Kuwait having rule of law and Kuwait, a country of institutions, and how to best explain how I feel about that and how to best describe it. I arrived this morning at Kuwait Airport, and there are always 3 distinct things that I feel and think when I arrive at Kuwait Airport. First of all, it's home, and I'm happy to be home. That's the first thing. The second thing is we definitely need a new airport. And I ask anyone who's in a responsible position, please get us a new airport. But most importantly, and this is the third feeling that I have, is when I arrive in Kuwait, I feel free. I feel free because I can voice my opinion. And I feel free because I know what applies to me is the law, and it is applied to me equally like to everyone else. And this is not a feeling that I have when I travel to many other places, especially here in the and this is a very distinct feeling. This is a point which I think is very important in culture, where we like to be together to communicate our views, our feelings. So this is also something very unique about the country here, also in voicing our opinions and using these associations of voicing of our opinion. Thirdly, and I think this is something to be very proud of, we have a long, at least for the Arab world, on a timeline, a very long history of constitutional development. We got our constitution in 1962. And that is for our timeline, a very long time. And we got a constitution which was very modern, forward-looking, and still today is forward-looking. And it is a constitution not only constituting or defining what is Kuwait, it defines also the rights and the freedoms of the people who live in this country. And there was one specific article that I picked up on. I was going through the Constitution preparation for today. And that's Article 7 of the Constitution, which from my perspective very clearly summarizes what we believe in when it comes to the question of rule of law. Article 7 of the Constitution of Kuwait says that justice, liberty, and equality are the pillars. Justice, liberty, and equality. This is what we stand for. And this is the essence of and the basis of what we would call rule of law. And as far as I'm concerned, we have rule of law, and we have institutions. It has to do with the forward-looking leadership that we had very early on at the creation of the country. And coming to institutions just briefly, I want to use this opportunity to touch upon one specific institution, that is our judiciary. Regrettably, the perception that is widely seen, or at least the feeling that I have of what the perception is of our judiciary, is that it is murky, not transparent, and fraught with corruption. And I want to be clear that from my perspective, and I'm a lawyer here in Kuwait, I don't see it that way. We have a good, solid judiciary. It's not as sophisticated as maybe every Western country might have, and there's a lot to do. But there are good judgments coming out of Kuwaiti courts. There are fair judgments coming out of Kuwaiti courts. And definitely the higher you go in the judicial hierarchy, if you go up to the Constitutional Court, for example, those are excellent judgments. Again, something we can be proud of. Also something we have to work on, but something we can be proud of. At the end, I'd like to also address one more point, and that is that Kuwait has never hidden behind its sovereign status. And there's a very specific example that I would like to name, which is normally mentioned in association negatively with Kuwait and investment in Kuwait, and that's the KDAO matter. And I'd like to point out that the Kuwaiti government, when an arbitration panel ruled that the Kuwaiti government had to pay more than $2.2 billion, that the Kuwaiti government did not hide behind the fact that it was a sovereign, but it actually paid immediately the full amount. And that is a testament to how we think and what we believe in, what our values are. And so far, my summary is, yes, we're a country with the rule of law. Yes, we're a country of institutions. And yes, there's always work to be done to make it better. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdulaziz. Definitely, and in the beginning of the panel, Dr. Yusuf Ibrahim captured the state of mind of Kuwait, and now you portray the temperament of Kuwait and the Kuwaitis. And definitely, I know you have interesting activities, and I had the chance of partnering with you in the Kuwait Economic Society, which is part of the civil society movement in Kuwait. And we had a number of initiatives that seek to redress some anomalies in the public sector, and we'll come to that perhaps at the end of the panel. But thank you. I would like to point out, since you started with the rule of law, that, and Dr. Yusuf mentioned something about the institutional approach of Kuwait and the Kuwaitis, that Kadiba, the institute where we are, and Sheikh Hazain, the Ministry of Youth Affairs, are actually examples of two institutions that belong to a new breed of institutions that have been created 3 or 4 years ago to tackle the rigidity, if I may say, of the older class of institutions. They were harder to develop. Today, this morning, there were talks about the selection of leaders in the public sector. Definitely, in the new institutions, the approach is more meritocratic. We are seeing a different caliber of people, different caliber of leaders, and I think the result is showing itself, is manifesting itself in many ways, including Kadiba and the Ministry of Youth Affairs. I'd like to move now to Ms. Hanadi Saleh to talk about agility, not necessarily directly, but from a logistical point of view, and what Kuwait and the Gulf can mean to the world. I hope this is not too broad a question.
Hello? Okay. No, I think that's actually the right question. And let me give you sort of a private sector view of the wealth that Kuwait possesses. I understand there's been a lot of discussion about the future of Kuwait and setting it up in terms of becoming, you know, an internationalized economy and attracting foreign investors. Let me tell you, as a company, we see the wheels in motion already have started in terms of setting the laws and attracting these investors. There are two key elements about Kuwait which historically propelled us into the international arena and are going to propel us even further in the future. First, it's our strategic location. You know, within the Gulf, we are a natural logistics hub within the region. We are a sandwich between three of the largest economies, which cater to over 140 million people in terms of population and over $1.3 trillion in terms of GDP. Now that is quite critical. Globally, we're also strategic quite critically in between major trade lanes, between the Asian and European trade lane, and also one of the fastest growing trade lanes, which is the Asian and African trade lane. And if we look at the 5-year development plan and the projects that they have proposed and are willing to invest in, this is going to put a stamp on us becoming a global player in terms of being a logistics hub. You have the development of the new terminal to fulfill a capacity of 10 million passengers. You have the development of the Bubiyan Island. And not just that, you have the regional railway, which is going to interconnect Kuwait with all the GCC countries. And also eventually the development of the metro station with over 68 stations to ensure also the connectivity of Kuwait, which is actually quite critical. The second point that I want to talk about is our financial stability, which is ideal for investors. You know, we have the capacity to fund these investments. Let's not forget, we have the 6th largest oil reserves around the world. We have a sovereign wealth fund, which is a key pillar of our economy. We also have foreign exchange reserves, which are quite healthy. We have a healthy banking system, a healthy legal framework. We have highly skilled and a youthful population, with over 96% literacy. You know, and furthermore, to add to that, look at what the government has put in place to even enhance that even further. You have the development of the CMA, which sets a clear legal framework and increased transparency and governance. You have, you know, the new public-private partnership law, which sets a clear framework on how to operate. And I think genuinely a game changer, a KDIPA, which is the one-stop shop for foreign investors to operate and decrease the barriers of entry into Kuwait. Now, don't just take my word for it, you know, about these two critical factors. I mean, look at our company as an example. We would not be where we are today if not for the platform of Kuwait. We were privatized back in 1997, and if you look at the wealth and the value add that we've created because of our base and because of our ability to access capital markets and because of the framework that we have in Kuwait, back then we were present in one country, today we're present in over 100 countries. Back then we only had 300 employees, today over 14,000 employees. Back then we had a profitability of around $30 million, today close to $180 million. If you look at the value add the platform Kuwait provides, back then we had a market cap of only $400 million, today it's over $3.5 billion. So bottom line, I say Kuwait is an extremely attractive place to invest in, and we're here. Kuwait is actually open for business. Thank you.
Thank you, Anadi. I'd like to have discussion. Definitely, Agility, in addition to being a blue chip company, is also a proxy for Kuwait and the potential of the logistical potential of Kuwait. There is a lot of talk today about railways connecting the different cities of the GCC, but from that, improving the connectivity of the GCC itself with the world, not only east through our traditional ties, but there are lots of talks about northeast lines extending all the way from Berlin to Istanbul, all the way to Baghdad, Basra, and the region. For definitely, even if this view can be challenged, it's an interesting way of perceiving Kuwait transcending its traditional role of an oil producing country to that of a logistical hub, which at the end of the day was the historical role Kuwait played over the years, even before the advent of major ports in the region have come to existence. The other strand I would like to pick from your discussion is the CMA, the advent of regulation. Regulation is a very important thing. There is a lot of frustration that have to do with the ease of doing business. Definitely, we have a room to improve, but also we have to be mindful of the success stories in Kuwait. I think the advent of the CMA with regards to the financial sector and changing the culture into more of a culture that is that shies away from any conflict of interest, that is transparent, that holds people accountable, is there in the private sector, and it's opening the way for public institutions as we addressed your ministry, the SME fund, the KDIPA itself. I know they have developed literature within their institutions that have to do with the quality of doing business. So with this, I'm happy to open the ground for questions. I can take them in batches of 2 or more, or one by one as you prefer. Any questions? تفضل دكتور بعدين الأستاذ علي. Can I ask for the audience to present their names and keep their questions short, please? Thank you.
Dr. Mustafa Babahani, in any plan to succeed, especially the economy, you need 3 sectors. The public, private, and society. There is a gap in perception between what is implemented and what the society thinks. And so there is the credibility gap. There is no specific studies economically. We do a lot of studies from the World Bank, and we need the studies to see what the public thinks on the success or obstacle of the economic policies. I think we need to pay attention so we will know if these policies are really successful. So
Thank
my
you.
question, why there are no studies to measure this aspect?
Regarding the studies, I would actually go to the Kuwait Economic Society and Manaf, the question there, we need more studies in that regard. I agree with you. There should be more studies, and I think you've raised a very important point, and that's the credibility gap. Because, and I'm picking up on what was said regarding the CMA, I'm picking up on what's being done with the Ministry of Youth and the SME Fund and KDIPA. They're doing good work. They're doing important work for the country. And I think it is up to everyone here in the room, and the whole idea behind this event is to bridge this credibility gap and to inform people. And I think it's for people in this room, especially the Kuwaitis, to inform themselves and to get the word out. I think that's very, very important. I'll take, for example, the SME Fund. So many young people who I speak to, I say, look, this is a great idea, go to the SME Fund, say, oh yeah, it won't work anyway. That is not true. They've put a lot of time and effort into setting out their strategy. They're very clear about where they want to go, and I think it's going to be a huge success under the leadership that they have. And we have to build up that trust. I think that's very, very important. So credibility gap is a big issue in the country, and I think we need to work on that, but it's for us to do that.
Thank you.
Actually, before we go on, I'd actually like to add something to that. You know, I agree, there is a perception gap, and if you really look at tangible examples, things are changing on the ground. I mean, one example for us at Agility, we were approached by a global player who wants to set up a regional training platform within Kuwait. And literally, I'd say 10 years ago, this might not have happened. But hands-on involvement of Khadiba and with the help of Sheikh Mish'al, we were able to forge a partnership, set one of the biggest platforms for this global player, and Kuwait is, putting itself on the map. And these are the stories that need to come out. These are the stories that investors need to hear in order to come to Kuwait and invest in Kuwait.
Thank you. تفضل. المايك لو سمحت.
Thank you very much. The question is for Abdulaziz.
Could you introduce yourself?
Yes. My name is Ali Khalil. I'm with Markaz. Abdulaziz, you've given us a very encouraging picture of a judiciary, which I tend to partially agree with. You've been very active in the drafting of the series of new laws. What do you think is further needed to accelerate litigations or cases that are of commercial nature? And we've been long awaiting an effective bankruptcy law, which would take us, actually, we're not very far from international standards, but both will take us closer to international standards. And C, do you advise foreign companies coming to Kuwait to have an arbitration clause in their contracts in Kuwait? Is that more effective? Thank you.
Thank you, Ali. I think on the first point and the question of what can be done better, I think it's a capacity building issue. I think that one of the issues that we face in the court system is that judges do everything, so they do criminal, commercial, and civil, and we have very little specific or very little training or no training at all on specific commercial understanding of matters. Because the law is one thing, but the other thing is reading a balance sheet, and that can be relevant to actually making a judgment. So I think it's about capacity building. This goes hand in hand with your question on the bankruptcy law. There is a draft bankruptcy law ready, and it's available. It's right now with Fatwa and Tashri'. They're looking at it. And I hope very clearly that this law is passed quickly because it's needed. It's a very modern law. It will actually put Kuwait on the map with regard to insolvency laws. Immediately, we will be at a level with modern Western jurisdictions. But what has to go hand in hand with that law is also capacity building. That means we will also require special bankruptcy courts. We need people who understand the materia from a commercial perspective. So I think the main answer to you is capacity building. With regard to arbitration clauses, yes, they are enforceable in Kuwait. Specifically, arbitration clauses are enforceable, and I would always agree arbitration. I think it's not always, but in many cases, agree arbitration clauses. It's doable and enforceable in the country.
Thank you. More questions? Further, please. I want to encourage those in the back to have a better representation.
مرحبا. I will question in Arabic if you don't mind. اسمي سارة. عندي سؤال للست هنادي صالح. كتجربة في أجيلتي أنتم حولتوا شركة كانت متوسطة ب 30 مليون إلى ما يفوق المليارات حاليا. قديش كان تعاون القطاع الحكومي معكم له أثر طيب بهالشيء؟
We started off as a government-based business back in 1979 and privatized in 1997. And indirectly, they still own through Ta'minat around 22% of our company. And as we've evolved and as we've grown, we have had various investments within Kuwait with the support of the public sector. And our experience with the support of the public sector. And as we've evolved, the legal framework and the transparency framework and the capital markets framework have all been supported in terms of allowing us to, access additional funding for growth and access, different types of instruments for growth. So it's been a positive experience overall.
Can I just add a comment? Agility was privatized in a time where oil prices were low, right? 1990s, yeah, similar to the time we're living now.
Yes.
So do you think, Hanadi, that the government schemes there is a more propensity of the state to privatize as oil prices go down? Is there a historical evidence on that?
Yes, no, absolutely. And I think we de-link, ourselves and thinking, the only successful sort of industry coming out of Kuwait is that, oil related or, to that extent. There are lots of service areas, businesses which are non-oil related, which are extremely successful, which, use Kuwait as a platform. You have Agility, you have Talabat.com, you have, Sheikh Group. There are so many examples that are non-oil related, which are successes. And Kuwait is an ideal platform to launch from.
Thank you. Fadal.
I agree fully with Akhti Hanadi. I think it's important to note as well here that we have an incredible talent pool in Kuwait that's really untapped. We have creative storytellers in all shapes and forms in the 7 forms of art. Today we need to really look at diversifying our portfolio, not just in transportation and logistics and in the food industry, but also in the creative content industry and knowledge-based economies. I think that's very important, and that's one of the priorities at the Ministry of State for Youth Affairs.
Thank you. اتفضل. المايك لو سمحتوا. المايك قدام لو سمحت.
دكتور يوسف، السؤال موجه لك. الحين يعني المحاضرة الأولى نسمع الوزراء يتكلموا عن برامجهم وتصوراتهم واستراتيجيتهم والتناغم اللي بينهم. قاعدين نسمع الحين أيضا البانل مالكم قاعدين يعطونا أشياء الإيجابية. أنا فاقد شغلة يعني من الدولة ويمكن أنت تقدر تفيدنا فيها. هل أنتم عندكم قصور بالتسويق حتى الناس توصل هذه الرسالة لهم كتصور عام؟ يعني هذا اللي ودي أسمع منك. وإلا أنتم ما عندكم خطة للتسويق هذه الأفكار أو هذه الإجراءات اللي أنتم قاعدين تقولون؟ يعني الكلام اللي سمعناه اليوم من وزير الشؤون ووزير التخطيط ومن وزير التجارة كلهم، مؤسسة البترول، من الأخت هنادي، من الشيخ زين، كل اللي يتكلم أشياء إيجابية، بس قاعد أشوف قصور بالتسويق. وين المشكلة؟ يعني هل ما عندكم فلوس حق تسويق ولا شو المشكلة؟ ولا مستشاركم مال التسويق لك عليه؟ فممكن تفيدنا في هذه؟
أعتقد let me speak in Arabic. So يعني موضوع الإصلاح الاقتصادي موضوع طويل ومرت الكويت في مراحل عديدة، وكما تعلم بأن في سنة 2000-2001 كان عندنا لجنة الإصلاح الاقتصادي، وتعاوننا مع البنك الدولي في بناء اللي تفضلت فيه الآلة التسويقية أو التوعوية، وسميت Public Awareness Campaign. وبدأنا بزيارات لمناطق خارجية لتعريف لماذا التخصيص عمل جيد للكويت وللمجتمع ولخلق فرص عمل ولزيادة الثروة للبشر. فكان هناك هذا التصور موجود وتم العمل فيه. لكن أيضا التسويق الزائد عن الحد ممكن يكون له أضرار، وهناك different approaches. في دول تعتمد على الإعلام بأنه يغطي كل شيء وترى أن كل شيء جميل، لكن لما تأتي للعمل ترى أن في هناك معوقات ومشاكل. يعني أنا صار لي فرصة أني أعمل من منتصف الثمانينات في العمل في التنمية الاقتصادية. أرى أن هذه المرة الحكومة جادة في التغيير، وهناك تجاوب اجتماعي ومجتمعي كبير في هذا العمل، وكما قال أخوي عبد العزيز نحتاج، وأيضا الدكتور مصطفى، أن نحتاج بالمناخ الحرية اللي موجود أن ندعم بعض، وأن بالفعل يعني أن لا نعرقل بعض هذه المشاريع. في مشاريع عظيمة تمت وعرقلت لفترة زمنية طويلة، واحدة من المطار. كم مرة تأجل المطار لمعوقات أنتم تعرفونها أكثر مني وتفاصيلها. فأنا أعتقد الكويت مقبلة أمامها تحدي كبير. الموديز ريبورت few days ago مؤشر خطير. اليوم أيضا مجموعة من 26 بنك في المنطقة أيضا معرضة لأن كلها داون جريدنج، اثنينها من الكويت. فالأمور لن تكون بهذه السهولة. المرحلة القادمة صعبة، وأسعار النفط لن ترجع كما كل يوم ننطر نشوف صعد دينار أو نص دينار. أو أنا أعتقد المرحلة القادمة صعبة، وأعتقد الكويت مؤهلة أكثر من أي دولة في المنطقة بأنها تجتاز هذه المرحلة، وفرصة لتنويع مصادر دخلنا، الاعتماد على شبابنا وهم كثيرين ما شاء الله اليوم في الصالة، ومثل ما تكلمت هنادي وشيخ زين بأن إذا أعطيهم الفرصة الصحيحة راح يبدعون، ونأمل بأن كل المشاريع اللي موجودة الآن بهذا الاتجاه.
بس اسمح لي مداخلة بسيطة على موضوع الشباب. يعني احنا جدا متفائلين بشبابنا، ومو بس حكي، يعني احنا اليوم قاعد نشوف شباب ماكو أبدع منهم، وقاعد يدشون بجميع المجالات، وقاعد يحفرون بالصخر للوصول إلى الأهداف المرجوة. لكن مهم أذكر كذلك أن إحنا أمامنا بلا شك تحديات اقتصادية واجتماعية كثيرة، لكن إحنا كشباب اليوم وزارة الدولة لشؤون الشباب ننظر لهذه التحديات كفرص استثمارية تنموية، نشوفها كفرص فعلا يقدر يشارك فيها الشباب من أجل الوصول إلى القطاع الثالث. إحنا هذا القطاع الخدماتي اللي نبي نوصل له راح نوصل له بأيادي شبابية، ترى ما راح يكون بأيادي حكومية ولا أيادي قطاع الخاص، راح يكون أيادي شبابية بحت. فمهم جدا أن ننظر لهذه الأمور السلبية كإيجابيات moving forward إن شاء الله.
Okay, I think we'll take this last question, then we'll conclude the panel. تفضل. قدم اسمك لو سمحت.
Hello, my name is Ahmad Kamal. Thank you for this fruitful session. My question is to Mr. Abdulaziz. If I'm a foreign investor, is there a clear declared rules and regulations the Kuwaiti government is declaring to the foreign investors? Second one, is there any guarantees that the Kuwaiti government granted to the foreign investor? Thank you.
So first of all, I can guarantee you the KDIPA team is all here. They're all outside, and they're absolutely ready to help any investor to come into the country. The rules are clear, especially the Direct Investment Promotion Authority law, the law that created KDIPA and also the framework within which KDIPA works. A few things on that. KDIPA is not only there for foreign direct investment. It is the Investment Promotion Authority, which means it is also there to help local investors. It's part of its mandate, very important part should not be forgotten. But a large part of the mandate is to help foreign investors. And what the law does is that if you come and you apply for a license from KDIPA and you are accepted and you are granted the license, you are put into the position of being a Kuwaiti. Suddenly you are considered, your company that is investing or wanting to invest in the country is considered a Kuwaiti. That's the idea behind the law. It's very straightforward and very simple in that respect regarding the effects of this law. So the law is clear. There's one thing I would like to point out regarding the KDIPA law. It is not a law that says any foreigner can come here and do business on his own. There's a quid pro quo principle. The principle is still that you still have to have Kuwaiti majority ownership, but the exception is given if you bring something to the table. You invest in the country, you invest in the youth of the country, you bring research and development expertise to the table, you bring know-how to the table, you build up some type of capacity, then you get this license. So the rules are very clear, and otherwise, look, you're treated equally in front of the law. Again, coming to the point that I discussed before, rule of law. What was your second point again? I forgot the question. The guarantees. Look, under the Constitution, you cannot be, what you own cannot be taken away from you except under the law and with proper compensation. So there is a guarantee. You can repatriate your profits as a foreigner. You can act freely here as anyone else as a foreigner. So the guarantees are there, and I don't see there's nothing negative or there's nothing missing there in that respect.
Okay, I think we'll need to conclude this panel. Keep it short, please. Hey, تفضل.
I think also there is one thing missing important. You see all the plans, we assume that they're going to be successful. There will be failure, even in a small business. There is no plan to overcome the failures. So we have so many plans all this year. We don't study why we have failed in our plan. This will happen in the small business because some will fail. So we have so many plans, there is no plan how to handle failures, how to have a solution. So if we don't know how to, many of the crises we have, Suq al-Manakh, other, we really just assume that everything is fine.
Shukran, Dr. Mustafa. With this, I would like to conclude the panel, and going back to the title, to the initial title of the panel, Why Invest in Kuwait? I have, the panelists have shed some light. I guess, why invest in Kuwait? There are cyclical factors because oil prices are going down. Kuwait does not have the luxury to keep on going the way and spending the way it has been doing over the past 2 decades. There are signals that there is a more concerted effort between the members of the cabinet, as we have heard from Dr. Yusuf. There are also long-term indicators. The institutional approach is part of the Kuwaiti DNA, and definitely we are faced with new breed of institutions that are more capable, that are more promising in their delivery of the services they are mandated to do. We have a government and a set of institutions that are more in tune with the aspirations of the youth, that actually look for building capacity in the youth and preparing them for the labor market. And finally, definitely, we are transcending the vision of a traditional energy hub into that of other industries that are almost green and untapped, and logistics is one of them. I want to thank each and every one of you for making this panel successful. Thank you.
Thank you all for attending the second session. Now, in a few minutes, we should be starting our third session. شكرا لحضوركم الجلسة الثانية، والجلسة الثالثة راح تبدي بعد دقائق إن شاء الله، فيا ريت تاخذون مقاعدكم عشان نبتدي مع الجلسة الثالثة بعد دقائق. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you all to take your seats as we're about to commence with the third session for today, which is the last session for today. يا ريت تاخذون مقاعدكم عشان نبتدي بالجلسة الثالثة واللي هي الجلسة الأخيرة حق اليوم. الجلسة الثالثة راح تكون بعنوان تشريعات عصرية لبيئة استثمارية جاذبة. رئيس اللجنة راح يكون السيد نادر العوضي، شريك مؤسس من مكتب لوقيان والعوضي والسيف للمحاماة والاستشارات القانونية. المتحدثين راح يكونون الدكتور محمد زهير رئيس مجلس الإدارة في الصندوق الوطني لرعاية وتنمية المشروعات الصغيرة والمتوسطة، الدكتور رشيد القناعي الشريك المدير لKPMG للاستشارات في الكويت، الدكتور روبرت جي تي موريس نائب الرئيس العالمي للمختبرات في أبحاث IBM، والسيد تشارلز يانغ رئيس منطقة الشرق الأوسط لشركة واوي للتكنولوجيا المحدودة، واخيرا السيد يوشيتو موراكامي المدير المالي لخدمات الطاقة لمنطقة الشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا من شركة جنرال إلكتريك. حياكم الله.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Ladies and gentlemen, under the title A Modern Legislative Framework for an Attractive Investment Environment will be our third session today. In the past few years, Kuwait has managed to develop a system of new legislations and institutions that are geared to improve the investment environment, streamline procedures, and remove obstacles that hinder an enlarged role for the local and foreign private sector in the economy, and therefore enhance the competitiveness of direct investment in Kuwait and promote a deeper and broader public-private partnership in the planned developmental projects and lay the ground for a stronger SMEs in the economy. My esteemed guest in this session will be Dr. Robert J.T. Morris, Vice President of Global Laboratories, IBM Research. Dr. Robert Morris is currently Vice President of the Global Laboratories at IBM Research. Dr. Robert was Vice President Surface Researches, IBM, T.G. Watson Research Center, New York, USA, and prior to that Vice Presidency, Assets Innovation, IBM Global Services. My second guest will be Dr. Rashid Al-Qana'i, Managing Partner for KPMG Kuwait. Dr. Rashid Al-Qana'i is the Managing Partner of KPMG Kuwait. He was the Chairman of the Kuwait Association of Accountants and Auditors, in which he also served as Deputy and the Head of the Training Committee. He is also a member of the British Accounting Association. My third speaker, Mr. Yoshito Murakami, CFO and GE Power Services Middle East and Africa. Mr. Yoshito is the CFO
for GE Power Services Middle East and Africa. He is responsible for providing finance leadership in the region and partnering with the business team to drive profitable growth. My fourth gentleman speaker, Mr. Charles Yang, President, Middle East Region, Huawei Technologies Company Limited. Mr. Charles Yang is currently the President of the Middle East Region in Huawei Technologies Company Limited. In this role, Mr. Yang oversees all Huawei Group activities and around 5,000 employees. As the regional president, he is also responsible for overseeing the company's operations, guiding its strategic direction, and leading its business development and customers' relations to drive wider adoption of the Huawei technology and innovations. Finally, my final speaker will be Mr. $6 billion man, Dr. Mohammed Al-Zahir, Executive Chairman, National Fund for Small and Medium Enterprise Development. Dr. Mohammed Al-Zahir is the Executive Chairman of Kuwait National Fund for Small and Medium Enterprise Development. He acts as an advisor to the Director of the Government Performance Monitoring Agency, Council of Ministers, a special advisor to the Minister of Commerce and Industry, advisor to the Office of the Deputy Prime Minister for Economic Affairs, and the State Minister for Planning and Development Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start with let's say in the past few years, Kuwait has managed to develop a system of new legislations, and in this environment, we would like to see some of these, let's say, experiments that has been applied to the real life. So I would like to introduce Mr. Maurice, please, and introduce one question to him, that what trends and emerging technologies exist that might be causing arrest and giving Kuwait a new opportunities to be a global leader. So please, if you can.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for inviting me. It is a presentation which I think you can see over on the right. And I'd like to address the question that the moderator posed, which is, what is our environment? Is something changing at the moment that could give Kuwait an opportunity to enter and lead in new areas? And the other part of the panel relates to the general question of why Kuwait. So to begin, I'd like to just take a moment to say why we're excited about Kuwait, our experiences in Kuwait. And what we found in my time coming for several years to Kuwait and working with many institutions here, I've been very impressed. Actually, I made the observation once after a dinner here with colleagues in Kuwait that was hosted by KFAS, that I felt that I was sitting with kind of in the Switzerland of the Middle East, because there were people from all kinds of countries working very, very well together, a diversity, but a very, very good teaming. And our experience in working with great organizations like KFAS and KISA, and of course the Kuwait University, and of course KOC, KPC, etc., has been uniformly very positive. There's a very strong ambition to lead. There's a very strong ambition to create capacity here, and that gives us a lot of encouragement about coming to this region. So the whole idea of creating a knowledge-based economy is an idea that's time has come. And the reason for that is, of course, we've had an extractive natural resources economy here for a long time. It's driven huge wealth and success in this country. But now is the time, particularly the opportunity of a lowering of prices. Now is a perfect opportunity for us to use that time to actually engage and build capacity, build human capacity, and begin to deliver knowledge-based services. And the last but not least organization that I would like to mention that's been incredibly helpful to us as a company in establishing here has been KDIPA. And KDIPA has actually knocked down a lot of barriers for us and allowed us to set up our offices and our branch here with a set of conditions, and in fact to make investments which have overcome earlier barriers. We're allowed to have full ownership, and we've just received a general facilitation that is really encouraging to us. So, let me go back to this point about what is happening in the world that might cause a reset or an opportunity for Kuwait. I've just illustrated on the chart that you see up here an effect, a massive amount of data that's occurring in many industries. For example, in the oil and gas industry, massive amounts of data, you can see them there, the numbers there, are being generated. And that data is not only hard to store, but basically beyond interpretation. Most of it is dark. It's not being used to the extent that it could create more efficient operations in oil and gas, and therefore the lower costs that will be needed to excel and lead in the new era. And that's a priority which I've heard expressed by Mr. Nizar from KPC, KOC, and in fact one that I believe the country can lead in this respect. On the bottom right, healthcare. Healthcare is going through a huge transformation. Massive amounts of data are being generated. Just look at the numbers that I cite there. But we're not able to actually use that effectively to change outcomes. So we're in the situation where about 1/3 to 1/2 of the healthcare spending in the world is wasted. Pure waste on incorrect treatments or ineffective treatments. And what's the reason for that? It's not, people are not intentionally wasting. They don't know, they don't have the information, they don't have valid support for their evidence or their point of care decisions. This is another instance where the data is overloading us and we're not making use of it. Other examples are shown there in cities and power. So what can we do about this, and why does this constitute a reset? About 5 years ago in IBM, we constantly carry out the process of what we call grand challenges. So we built in 1997, we built a machine which played chess and beat the world chess champion. But a program that we were working on since about 2007, we set out to build a machine which, loaded with a lot of thousands of books and all kinds of data, we set out to build a machine that could answer questions better than any human being. And the test for this was to run this machine on the world's hardest game show. It's called Jeopardy. You might have heard of it. And using this machine, we were able to answer arbitrary questions on history, geography, engineering, medicine, science, baseball trivia, etc., better than the 2 best people in the world at doing this. And so we began to realize that there was a way around this massive data, exploiting this data to get answers. And so we formed a business to do this called Watson, and we've been doing this in a very different way than IT companies normally operate. And it's very informative, and I think it's instructive for Kuwait. The way we did it was to open up the technology. So all the components that you see on the chart, if the chart comes back, all those components in those little honeycombs, every one of them, something for oil and gas, something for healthcare analytics, something for personality analytics, something for market analytics, something for commerce. All of these are made available as very small, inexpensive components, and then small and medium enterprises and startups can gather these. They don't have to buy servers or equipment or even the data. They gather those and they use those to build their own services. So for example, we have companies now that are running travel services based on the data that we provide, or running marketing services based on these cognitive services. But the important thing is, because it's all on the cloud, it's not just a question of how you get access to that. Now we're on the cloud, we can deliver those services everywhere in the world. So there's no reason why, for example, if we developed here in Kuwait a system for predicting corrosion in pipes, that couldn't be used by every oil company in the world to predict and manage corrosion in pipes. If we came up with a good marketing system that would be useful in a Middle East environment, that could be used anywhere in the region. So this is an important major trend, the ecosystem, the SME, and the way that we're composing these services to change everything. Now, are we saying that we're building services and automating everything and we won't need humans anymore? No, just the opposite. It's not a question of artificial intelligence replacing humans, as some imaginative writers have expressed. This is all about, it's not man versus machine, it's all about man plus machine. People are still needed to do the functions of judgment and setting of values, etc. And they need to be combined with the ability to process massive amounts of data and to learn and to adapt and to make sure that outcomes, whether that outcome be a healthcare outcome or well for oil in the right place, that all of those are achieved. This idea of actually bringing together information and creating a truly democratic model for information services and knowledge-based services is actually applicable in just about every industry. I've mentioned healthcare, I've mentioned oil and gas. It's just as applicable in travel, in transportation. It's just as applicable in commerce and marketing. And so we're at a stage where we can all work together, do these things. There's no reason. The small population size of Kuwait is no longer a reason not to participate and not to become very active in this space. And one more thing, not only is it about information that lives in data warehouses or in databases, it's all coming back to the physical world. It's all coming back, for example, in the diagram that you see there. It's all coming back to saying, how would we actually understand the nanotechnology? The Internet of Things is going to provide more data than all the data in the world that's being entered into computers. The Internet of Things, the sensors, whether they be in oil wells or on my wrist. So that is providing a new source of data, and it's not only going to help us to instrument or understand the physical, but it's going to close the loop, and we're going to go back and change the physical. This device and the analytics that we do on it is making me exercise. That's a change in outcome. So to wrap up, the principle here is that this change in the way, this massive onslaught of information is a huge opportunity. It's a chance for us to do things different. But most importantly, it's a chance for Kuwait. It's a chance for Kuwait because Kuwait can build capability, it can participate, it can invest. Not only can it receive full access, as good as anyone in Silicon Valley, to this kind of capability, but it can deliver the value as well as anybody else. And so we're very, very happy to be here, to be part of that, to work with Kuwait. We've had great experiences so far. We're trying to move to the next level of engagement, and we look forward to it. So with that, Mr. Moderator, thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Now, my second speaker will be Dr. Rashid, who's well known as, an auditor, And auditors, in fact, and lawyers can be a good indicators that can give you an indication about you can measure also the investment environment through them. So I'd like, I'd like you, Doctor, if you can talk about, the differences, you can compare the old laws and for foreign investment and the Kadibas now, and what are you have noticed in this, let's say, 3-4 years back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. Delighted to be here. What I'm going to talk about today, as has been instructed by the chairman, again, I have only 5-6 minutes and then going to be interactive session. So I'll try to cut as much as I could, but to focus on the
time costs money, Doctor.
Sorry?
Time costs money.
I cannot challenge that. I have the last 5 years, what's the development of the new laws and regulations in Kuwait, which we believe it's more becoming an attractive for investment and fresh capital. So first of all, this sits well with the Kuwait visionary for 2035, which I believe it has 6 enablers. around human beings, around GDP, around diversification of the economy. So this, I think Kadiba couldn't come in any better time than this time. Specifically kind of wraps up the previous laws and regulation and has Kadiba now kind of one-stop shop or one window shopping for investors and to facilitate foreign investors. To a large extent, I think Kadiba successfully becoming like one window shop as advisors, independent advisors. We saw a lot of flows coming up from internationally asking now more than the previous laws and regulations. Specifically, this is kind of encouragement. It has a tax credit system, which it helps kind of encourage investment in the country and will help the development, improving also the human beings and transfer of technology. Kadiba also the approval becoming now in more, becoming kind of, there is limitation for approvals, very short time span, you can have the approvals, and this being approved by a number of projects as been talked about previously, and we have a guest speaker here and investors coming up. Custom duty, also they have custom duty privileged, which is for investors. All this kind of, we believe it's Kadiba successfully implemented and passed the laws and regulations, because we believe it's kind of attractive for investors. Other laws and regulations, we have CMA, Capital Market Authority, has been now over 5 years, and this is kind of good source and good venue for fresh capital and for exit and entry point, and specifically focusing on the protecting the small investors' stakes, and more importantly is for governance and for transparency and for sharing information. I think it's been successfully in the last. The issue, I think, the CMA came in the recession, and specifically now what's going on in the market, specifically with the oil prices and with the decline the oil prices and affecting the region, specifically the region. This might be some challenges for the CMA. CAB, also Kuwait Authority for Partnership, this also kind of preceded the previous partnership. Now, is this authority we believe is more regulated and specifically kind of pioneered in the region, specifically in the GCC. And we believe if CAB works with Kadiba and SING, this will be very good, attractive, and good source of foreign investors to come, whereas these both entities, we believe, kind of complement each other, and this will help the economy. At the end of the day, I think this will boost the economy, and wouldn't be any better time at this time, which we see now how's the government trying to cut costs and increase source of income, and specifically for the GDP. Companies law, the new company law and the tax reforms. Company law came in 2012, and now just thereafter it's been amended, and now kind of the bylaw just came in a couple of weeks back. Dr. Nader can correct me in that. And this kind of also enhanced the one shop or the one window to establish companies. Little bit I'm going to focus on the tax reforms, and we believe now in Kuwait we have good tax system, and specifically after superseded by the previous tax rates, we have now the new tax rate, which is 15% flat, superseded by the up to 55% tax rates, and 15% we believe it's one of the lowest tax in the world. Also, one of the advantages of the new tax system, it has 3-year carry forward losses, and also this has to be approved and audited by the tax department, Ministry of Finance, to carry forward losses. And the last one is there is in Kuwait no withholding taxes. It is retention, and this is the difference between no withholding taxes and retention. I don't want to go to details that differences, but it is kind of little better than the withholding taxes, whereas the retention can be released by obtaining certificate from the tax department or from the source of the income. Kuwait National Fund and SMEs, I cannot touch on that since we have the expert here So I'll leave it to Dr. Zuhair to respond on that. This is, we believe, is one of the good advantage, and as you are aware here, most of the economy, specifically the developed world and Germany, their economy built on the small and medium and SMEs, enterprises, which we believe it's kind of, this is an engine for economy to look after this sector and to promote it and to facilitate that sector. Other important reforms and agencies, we've seen the last 2 years a number of agencies. One of them is CITRA, which is Communication, Information Technology Regulatory Authority. This has just been reformed, and this is kind of, we believe, is kind of another advantage for the economy and to attract investors, whereas now kind of the state of Kuwait tried to segregate or separate the regulators from the operators with all ministries and all other institutions. And we've been seeing this, and we've noticed this kind of, we have operators and we have regulators. Setting up authorities for road and transport, and we believe one of the important factor which was keeping away investors is the offset program. Now is kind of merged with Kadiba. We believe this is a good advantage by backing up that program. This is sums our snapshot of the last 5 years laws and regulations, and I'm very happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. My third speaker was Mr. Yoshito Murakami. He is the CFO of GE. Mr. Murakami, I have just one question for you. What were the opportunities that you saw in Kuwait market? So if we can just have your views on this will be.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, and distinguished guests. On behalf of GE, thank you very much for letting us be part of this dialogue as Kuwait enters a new era of economic diversification, building a knowledge-centered economy. We're very excited to be part of that growth together. So today I'd like to talk on the point of opportunities. I'd like to talk about the partnership between Kuwait and GE. And secondly, about how we see the development into the future and how the partnership can evolve into the future as we think about the economic development of Kuwait. And then lastly, I'd like to talk about the specific project that we're undertaking with the support of Katiba under the new legislation that is enabling us to establish a new entity that I'll talk more about. So firstly, about the partnership between Kuwait and GE. GE's been committed to the growth story of Kuwait from an infrastructure standpoint and an innovation standpoint. From an infrastructure standpoint, we have deep roots in Kuwait. Close to 50% of the power generation of Kuwait is supported with GE technology. More than 50% of Kuwait Airlines fleet is supported by GE. We have over 800 healthcare equipment, GE healthcare equipment, deployed across hospitals in the country. In terms of flagship partnerships, we have the world's largest wastewater processing plant in Sabah. So we have very close relationship connection that we value. We have over 275 employees on the ground, and we're looking to increase that number as we invest in Kuwait. Okay, so infrastructure partnership is one core pillar. Another core pillar is innovation. For instance, we are the innovation partner for the Kuwait University. We've launched the Kuwait University Engineering Innovation Forum, where we discuss technological developments and training and advancements of technology. We have an MOU with the Kuwait Oil Company to focus on R&D, training, again, technical development. And perhaps most relevant in today's dialogue is the fact that we are going to be opening our GE Kuwait Technology Center in the summer of 2016. Again, I'll talk more about this specifically. We're quite excited about this partnership. As we think about the future of Kuwait, as we think about the development plan, structured around stability, sustainability, capability, and efficiency. These are areas that GE is fully committed to support into the future. When you think about the demand growth of power and electricity, we are here to help with optimizing the power plants that exist today, as well as providing more in the future. In terms of changing the power mix to have more renewable power in the energy mix, we have solutions such as wind, solar, grid that can help contribute to the country achieving such goals. In terms of healthcare, we're playing an increasing role in the five-year reform plan that the Kuwaiti government has, and so we are absolutely here to support locally on the ground the advancement of the Kuwaiti agenda in terms of economical development. Another interesting area that Dr. Robert Morris had pointed out earlier is indeed the industrial internet. And I think it's very relevant what we're doing in GE to the potential opportunity it has to the Kuwaiti government and country. GE is in the middle of transforming itself from an industrial business into a digital industrial business. And by that, we're trying to take the data and analytics that we acquire from the physical machines that we have, take the data, analyze it, and apply it into more optimized ways of running operations. So I'll give you a few examples. In Pakistan, we've signed a few contracts with Engro Powergen, Sapphire Electric Company, Safe Group, to basically have sensors attached to the gas turbines or power plant electricity generating machines. We would collect the data around output, waste, downtime, etc., analyze it so that we can optimize the performance of the power plant so that you can maximize output, reduce unplanned downtime, as well as increase or improve reliability. So this is a combination of taking the physical data from the machines and equipment that we have, analyzing it using the big data technology and the software capabilities that we have, and implementing it so that we have more optimized operations in the facilities that we operate. Now, what's interesting is that GE cannot do this by ourselves. As was mentioned earlier, there needs to be an ecosystem around such solutions in order to make the solutions work. GE is creating an industrial internet platform called Predix, which is going to be, which is actually open to the public and will be a platform for small, medium enterprises, for instance, in the event that they want to develop app solutions that build on top of the Predix platform. So we can partner with such companies to develop and drive solutions for customers. So quite interesting and exciting days ahead. A combination of software analytics with the traditional business that we're doing is an opportunity that we see in GE, but also to partner with small and medium enterprises in Kuwait. Lastly, I want to talk about the GE Kuwait Technology Center. As I said, it's right now being built. We are planning to open it in the summer of 2016. Kudipa has been extremely supportive in enabling this entity. It's 100%, will be a 100% owned facility. We talked about one-stop shop, and I think Kudipa has been that in helping us move through the various processes. And I think in a global multinational company, speed and transparency are of essence. Many countries and many companies are competing for investment. When we have a partner that can provide us speed and transparency in what's going on and can help us go over fixed roadblocks, that is a huge encouragement and for us a great justification of why invest in Kuwait. And so Kudipa has been a great partner in us in this investment. So the Kuwait Technology Center is going to be a hub for engineering. It's also going to be a hub for tooling as well as training. So from an engineering standpoint, this is a really in the world where we're creating the state-of-the-art facility outside of the United States. We're going to have computer simulators, research labs. We're going to focus on hot and harsh environments so that we can, again, optimize operations of our power generating equipment in the region. From a tooling standpoint, we're going to have a tooling center that will enable more easier, quicker fixes in the region for our customers. And last but not least, the training facility will have actual parts of power plants and power generators, turbines, control machines, so that we can have not only our own employees and customers, but also open it up to university students, for instance, so that we can work on together technological development in the region. So I think this is a great example of a private company working with the public sector, creating world-class facilities in Kuwait that can contribute to the future growth of the economy. And I'm sure there could be more examples such as what we're doing here in the future. In terms of what GE's commitment, we're completely committed to the growth agenda of Kuwait. We're here to stay, and we're very happy with the partnership that we've established so far. Thank you.
My fourth speaker will be Mr. Charles Yang, who is President, Middle East Region Huawei Technology Company Limited. Mr. Charles, I just have one question for you, and you can also talk about your experience in this one. What does it take for a company like yours, Huawei, to make the leap to engage in Kuwait? And if you also can give us, some of your experience in your journey to be settled as a 100% wholly owned Kuwaiti company owned by foreigners, and will just give us an idea in the practical side of the Kadiba's efforts to enhance the investment environment in Kuwait. So please.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Charles, come from Huawei. I'm in charge of the Huawei Middle East. Today it's my pleasure to attend this forum and learn more from the previous speakers. Related to this question, I would like to discuss 3 topics with all of you. The first topic, why did it coming 20 years? For Kuwait, we have the same vision. We have the 2035 national plan. I think Kuwait determined to forge Kuwait into the regional financial and business center, business hub. I think it's most important to Kuwait, especially now the sliding oil price bring a lot of challenge to Kuwait. At the same time, bring a lot of opportunity to Kuwait. I remember last year, Kuwait government enhanced development of the non-oil economic sector and encourage foreign investor to Kuwait. I think all of these match Huawei's strategy very much. This is the first aspect. The second aspect, I think Kuwait has a very excellent investment environment. I think, as you know, only vision is not enough. I think a business environment is most important. Kuwait now become more open and stable than before. Kuwait has very rich oil price. Kuwait has high educated young people, and Kuwait is more open and stable. I think from Huawei side, we would like to invest in Kuwait. At the same time, as you know, ICT platform not only become the foundation for national economy, it can improve the social stability and make the city's life become more easy and convenient. I give 2 examples. First, last year, we provided the one-stop service. They help us to communicate with each ministry. They help us to save the cost and time. And the third word is about the passion. No matter what difficulty we meet, no matter what question we come to Kadib, they provide the profound response immediately, and we get the enough respect as a foreign investment. So, according to my experience to cooperate with Kadib in last 1 year, I think it proves Kuwait is the best place for investment. And it indicates our decision and strategy to invest in Kuwait is correct. And the last topic, what's the Huawei unique value to Kuwait? I think I want to share 4 aspects. The first is, as I just mentioned, ICT will play most important role for the country's economy. Huawei is committed to provide the best ICT infrastructure to Kuwait. According to our research, 1% of the Kuwait collection index will bring 1.4 to 1.9% increase of GDP and 3% increase of employment. Now Huawei has cooperated with 3 Kuwait telecom operators in terms of Kuwait Viva, Kuwait Arraya, Kuwait Zen, and we provide the best network for Kuwait people. And I think all the Kuwait citizens benefit from this cooperation. And I think now, in the past years, this network quality and customer experience support Kuwait economic development very quickly. This is the first. The second, from Huawei side, now Huawei becomes an international company. We have the business in more than 170 countries. I think this is a huge value chain for Kuwait, and we have a lot of experience to cooperate with the other country and the other company. We can copy this experience to Kuwait, help Kuwait to establish the smart city, smart Kuwait. I think it will stimulate the Kuwait economy. This is the second. The third, I told our local company, Huawei local company should become the Kuwait company, should grow together with a local partner. For example, now each year Huawei local procurement exceeds $80 million and benefits more than 30 local partners. And we provide more than 2,000 work positions for the local people. And the last one, I want to emphasize, Huawei will enhance the knowledge transfer and the training talent. For example, 2016, we will invest more than 10 billion to build the training center in Hamara Tower. And we will provide at least 500 training chance to the local people. At the same time, Huawei will continue the Seeds for the Future project with the Kuwait University. Last year, we sent more than 10 Kuwait students to China to accept the ICT technology training. This year, the number will increase to 15. We will provide 15 people to China. So I think I would like to say, and now it's the best chance for Kuwait and for Huawei. I remember one idiom from South Africa. If you want to work fast, work alone. If you want to work far, work together. So today, I want to give the promise to Kuwait. Huawei have the strong willing to work with the Kuwait government, work with the Kuwait company and the partner and the end users to welcome the brilliant future together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. Now, my final speaker or my last speaker will be Dr. Mohammed Zahir, Executive Chairman of National Fund for Small and Medium Enterprise Development. I would like to see, or let us see, or where is the SMEs and how can the SMEs work with the direct foreign investment, the foreign investment in Kuwait. So can we have your views, Victor?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the introduction and for my colleagues on the panel. We've talked a lot here and used the words SMEs and ecosystem a lot. So before I get to that, please allow me to give a little bit of history about what the government of Kuwait has gone through. I think we're the first in the region probably to think about supporting SMEs, and that started in 97-98 And the reason I'll tell you, you'll know later why I'm giving a little bit of history. At the time, support was limited to providing financing, and that financing was limited to certain stages, and it was typically conditional, required collateral, and so forth. Now, 15 years onto that, in 2013, we realized here in Kuwait that it's not about financing only. And especially for rich countries in the Gulf, it probably becomes the third or fourth stage or obstacle in front of small businesses. So the question was, then what is it? What do you need to develop small and medium enterprises across the various business sectors? So in 2013, the law for establishing the National Fund for SME Development was passed. It put everything that has to do with entrepreneurship development all the way to providing the financing and supporting the marketing of small businesses and medium businesses in Kuwait and outside under one umbrella. Now that's good and bad. It's good because of course it gives us now the opportunity to work on the various components in the frame that makes it successful, and by successful to achieve what the gentlemen here have mentioned and in previous panels today. Economies that have 60, 70, 80% of their GDP and job creation coming from small and medium enterprises. Now the various components, if you miss any of them, then at the end of the day you didn't achieve the overall objective, and therefore it's not sustainable. So that's the background of what happened in Kuwait. Now with that said, what should be the role of government? Now, we believe, and we've said it, and the government announced it, and it's in the development plan, that the private sector should lead the economic development, it should lead businesses and so forth. But sometimes government faces gaps in the market, and this is where we have to intervene. So the role of governments in general should be to regulate and monitor, and not actually be in the business of business. But where we find gaps, whether in financing, when it comes to the fund, or elsewhere, we intervene for a while. So the question was, what is our role and how we can support until the private sector actually is ready to fill in these gaps and so forth, which we understand require higher risk taken and so forth, which we don't have, generally speaking, in our culture, and I will touch upon that. So in general, the ecosystem and developing it, facilitating the various components of it is the role of government, and this is what we've been working on alongside relevant entities, and one of them, of course, is Kadipa, working on the one-stop shop together, first ourselves in Kadipa, and then, of course, with the backbone, the Ministry of Commerce and Industry for business licenses. And maybe this is the right time, I think we've talked about it, to emphasize and announce that we're actually happy to say that we can now establish businesses and issue the business license for using a PO box and using the address of the National Fund for a civil ID, and therefore no longer you're required to rent or pay 6 months of rent and wait for your license to be issued and to operate. So this is, we're very happy to announce that, and we're taking it upon ourselves to provide it to our youth and small businesses until they actually can stand on their own and go outside. And the second big one, and those who created businesses in Kuwait probably would appreciate that one, there is no required pre-approval from municipality. I think that also is a huge obstacle that was taken away from businesses, which will help the environment and part of the procedures that His Excellency the Minister of Commerce mentioned this morning. Now, in addition to that, what are the other supports that we should provide? The ecosystem, no matter how we look at it, probably comprises of the same 5 or 6 pillars, and under that things change from one country to the next. Here in Kuwait, the first and foremost, of course, was the regulations and the policies. And we've been working a lot over the last 2 years and have received a lot of cooperation from the relevant entities to put in the right regulations and to ease the business for small businesses, as well as the big, of course, businesses led by Kadipa. The second and very important one is the entrepreneurial culture. We have to have the innovation culture. We have to be risk takers to come up with new ideas, and yes, we may fail, but then the successful businesses will actually lead the development in the economy. And this is where we link and will link a lot with the technology and innovation centers that came into Kuwait, with the universities and so forth, to make sure that those ideas that come out of these centers, the trained and well-prepared and skilled young men and women in Kuwait are able to transfer those ideas into commercial businesses. Which leads then to the human capital and how important it is. We have to have the multi-skills. We have to worry about the various technical skills that we lack in the market, and this is why we're working with various universities to achieve that. Sciences, engineering, and so forth. Then comes the financial and non-financial support. And again, I'll emphasize that the non-financial is probably more important because it's not just the classroom training that will get you or make you gain those skills. It's the mentorship, the hand-holding of experts that went through it that will help you develop the ideas and take it forward. And last but not least, I said one of our objectives is to help you market yourself as a firm inside Kuwait and out, which means we cannot look at Kuwait as our market. The GCC, all small countries, GCC should be our main target and immediate target as a first market, but then you must be competitive enough to compete in the international market. And that's why we always say innovative, risk-taking, new ideas, things that will fill gaps, and the market needs it. All of this will make us achieve 2 or 3 things mentioned in the law, but the most important for us is the creation of productive jobs for our youth. We know that culture, starting with government, how we do things and how we change them, and thankfully we were successful in changing a few things, and still working on other things like the first panel mentioned today. But the government is serious about moving forward with that, and we've signaled it, we've taken a lot of actions with it, and taken it further. But the links with the technology, training centers, education, international companies is a must, because SMEs cannot live alone. They have to be serving a larger value chain, either served or served by, whether large industries, technologies, of course, ICT is an obvious one, and one of the most important as well sectors in Kuwait, the creative ones, media, creative designs, and fashion, and so forth. This is very important here in the country. A lot of our youth is interested in. The question is, how do we organize that, regulate it, and make it boom to become competitive regionally and internationally? I'll keep it for interaction. I'll stop here. I don't want to make it boring, and then we'll take questions as we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Doctor. We are already behind our scheduled time, but we will open the door for questions from the audience. If anybody has a question, please just say.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mohammed Lanizi from Kuwait Institute for Scientific Research. My question is for Mr. Morris. I believe the idea you presented is an excellent idea for Kuwait, but as it's dependent on R&D, it is a long-term, not a short-term initiative. My question, did you do any kind of feasibility study for such an initiative? If you did, what is the expected rate of return, and what kind of risk you anticipate in that initiative? The other thing, do you need any specific support of Kuwaiti government to ensure implementation of this initiative? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. And I'm not sure I got it all, but let me do my best to answer, and please supplement if I don't catch your point. So first thing to realize is the time to market with these new technologies, when they're based on cloud technologies and platform as a service, they're amazingly fast. You can get things up and running. You know, a small company that exists or a startup can get up and running and delivering these services. If they use the right platforms, they do it from the garage or from their living room or their bedroom or their dorm room in the college, they can get up and running in months providing a service. We see many instances of this. And what is very interesting is when they have this hybrid model, which some of my colleagues alluded to, working together between maybe a small startup and somebody like us who can provide the back end, the reliable services, access to data. etc. I'll give you an example. You can look on the web. A small company called Inno360 was able to reduce its time to market by 10x. It was able to reduce its sales cycle. It was able to reduce its cost of sales. And it was able to generally just become incredibly more efficient through this kind of partnership. So the first thing I will say is for our ecosystem, it's extremely fast and there are very few barriers to entry. Now, for some of the larger projects that I also talked about, of course, transforming and lowering the cost in an oil and gas enterprise, that's a more complex proposition. Transforming a healthcare system, for example, putting in place a system, we're very actively involved and we're deploying cancer decision support systems for hospitals, together with leading hospitals like Memorial Sloan Kettering, for example, and MD Anderson Cancer Center. We use their protocols, we make them available at the doctor's point of care. Those things, they take a bit longer to implement because they require integration. They might require integration to the medical record system in the hospital or to a system which gathers the genotype for the patient. Those things, they take a little bit longer, but they can be implemented quite quickly. And again, we would rely on the ecosystem. We would rely on the ecosystem of system integrators, local companies that might like to do that. We'd certainly like to rely on Mohammed's network to find partners for doing things like that. So some of those things can take a little bit longer. In terms of an overall request to the government and to other facilitators in the region, we've been impressed by the degree of facilitation, but I would just say that in some of these things, the only thing that I would ask for is maybe an increase in speed. And the reason for that, if I pick one example, for example, oil and gas, we're at this period of a very low price point at the moment, which is obviously putting huge pressure on providers. This is a crisis, but a crisis is a terrible thing to waste. While the price is down, let's build the lowest cost technologies. Let's take Kuwait from one of the lowest cost producers of oil and gas to the lowest cost producer. Let's do those things quickly and take advantage of situations while they arise. We'll be your partner to do that, and we look forward to partnership.
The lady? Yes. Yes, please.
Hello. I have first a question for Mr. Murakami. Is Kuwait right now, with the infrastructure and the talents, ready for technological industry, like the brilliant lab that you're going to do it here in Kuwait? And my second question for Dr. Mohammed Zuhair, how the foreigner investors and entrepreneurs can take advantage of this law, the direct investment law, and start a small and medium business. Thank you.
So I'll start. I think our experience has been quite positive, and I think, as mentioned earlier today also, the innovative culture that Kuwait has, I think is quite unique. And the fact that there is this tremendous youth generation that is eager to learn and eager to take risk and develop themselves lends itself well with the future in terms of the technological advancement that we're talking about. The partnership that we have with the Kuwait University, for instance, is a good example where there is very active engagement from both parties. And I think that sort of a foundation sets Kuwait, sets the country up quite well to be receptive and in a good position to take advantage of what's there to come. On top of that, the entrepreneurial spirit and the promotion from the government and encouraging startups and people to take risk is the kind of, as mentioned earlier, is the kind of speed and attitude that you need in the new industrial internet ecosystem. And so, yes, I do think there is a good foundation for us to be able to collaborate and work on such advancements.
Dr. Zuhair? Thank you for the question. I don't want to speak on behalf of Kadiba, but I don't think, as far as the incoming idea, business, application coming to Kadiba to establish something in Kuwait, I don't believe the size always matters, as long as there is an added value to achieve some of the objectives that Kadiba was created for. As far as our direct support for such businesses coming to Kuwait, there is a limitation in our law that we're limited to supporting Kuwaiti entrepreneurs and Kuwaiti businesses to establish. Perhaps in the future, and you're probably right, we could change some of the articles of the law to allow such partnerships between Kuwaitis and non-Kuwaitis, as long as the business is on the ground in Kuwait and added value and the creation of jobs is done locally. But right now, the limitations in the law, we cannot provide that support, financing or otherwise, to non-Kuwaiti firms. Does that answer the question?
Yes, please. I think this is the final question. Yes, please.
Talal Ajil. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone that took part in the discussion panel today. My question is going to be directed towards Dr. Mohammed Zuhair. The fund is obviously an amazing initiative. Now, it's shifting the youth population from a consuming population to a more producing one. It's been initiated for the past 3 years, and I have 3 questions actually, if you don't mind. 1, why the lack of deployment? 2, how are we going to bridge the gap of the awareness gap? And 3rd, are you willing to work with any third-party SME facilitators or not? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. First of all, I assume you're from the private sector or perhaps created a business before. So you know what the life cycle of creating anything. So imagine if it's a huge government entity being established from scratch, or you could say even from that. Why? Because of the legacy you're carrying as a reputation of previous attempts in government and so forth. Putting the right institution and having the right framework and the life cycle of creating something in the country is not easy, and we admit it. And something that has that amount of money needs the right regulations and procedures put in place before you actually can implement and deploy, as you can appreciate that. So this is why it took a while to build it. And we're happy to say that the first wave of employees actually started coming into the fund between December and February 14th. So we just now hired our first wave of staff and so forth, and this is why we've announced and started deploying, like you said. The second question was on awareness. It will take time. I don't think we can do it alone. I think there has to be an overall agenda for everyone, private and public sector, to work on it. I think a lot of dialogue and partnerships should be done to include all the stakeholders because there is a change of culture at the government side as well as the private side. We have to work on it. We need to do it through various channels. It can't be through traditional, and it can't be through the new media channels, social media and so forth alone. There has to be a comprehensive agenda for it. And as you know, it will take time because you're actually addressing a change of culture that perhaps has been there for the last 20 or 30 years. The third one, are we willing to work with the private sector? We actually want to work with the private sector. We've made it a point from the beginning to say that as much as we are allowed, given that we're government institutions, we would like to work through the private sector for 2 reasons. One, we don't want to turn the fund into a huge institution where by definition bureaucracies will be created internally. Number 2, to indirectly achieve our objectives. So if we're talking about creating jobs, it would be creating jobs in SMEs, but now creating jobs in the private sectors elsewhere. It could be SMEs, it could be departments opening in banks, it could be other than that. So no, that's actually our objective and not only willing to. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Finally, I would like, in the end of the session, to thank my esteemed guests in the session. We have been in their experience as the first 3 companies that utilize Kadiba's capabilities and facilities, and we go through their experience here, and they answered about why Kuwait, the main question for us today, why Kuwait, and their views, and their goals and objectives that they want to achieve from their existence in Kuwait. And we were also with Dr. Rashid and Dr. Zuhair as Kuwaitis talking about their impressions and their views to Kuwait. And I hope that Doctor is going to spend more money from his fund after this, you know. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you for your coming today, and thank Kadib also to put us together on this platform. And I'm sure that tomorrow will be a very interesting sessions. So please do come tomorrow, and you will hear more and more about investment, foreign investment in Kuwait. Thank you, and please feel free and step in for lunch.
Thank you all for attending day one of the Kuwait Investment Forum. Lunch is being served. I'd also like to remind you, if you've registered for the cultural event that's taking place today, please make sure you'll be here at 6:30 p.m., which is in around 3 hours and a half, let's say. So please be here at 6:30 for the cultural event in case you've registered already. And we'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m., a little earlier than today, and there will be a very big session, very interesting one, titled The Opportunities in Kuwait. Thank you so much for attending day one. See you tomorrow in day two.